or burning daylight at this point. I am just this is so we're in a kind of a perilous situation. Like I'm trying to work out how we do this. Do we know specifically what raid this is in general, Vegeta, out of the three of them? Like, is it one specific one of them? Like, cause you said there's three of them in the Crystal Tower Alliance, but like, do we know the name specifically for that Crystal Tower one? Right. In the meantime, I need to go over to the Greater Good, get that started. I think it was talking to Alphinaud. I am liaising with people to try and see what we can get done here. Again, if I have to take the penalty, I will take a penalty. But obviously, I'm doing everything by hook and by crook to stay inside the means of the challenge. When the challenge was first created, it didn't have the Road to 90 buff in mind, and as the Road to 90 buff has been a bit more of a curse to me than it has been a benefit, and that's where a lot of the... It's the first Crystal Tower raid, okay? So this is where... This is where, like, a lot of the challenges are coming at the minute for me. I'm getting stressed out over this. I can't believe I'm getting stressed out over a fucking raid. Ah. There you are, Buffgar. Commander Louvier instructed us to wait for you. Your assistance most welcome. Believe me, the third hail from the man accustomed to the feel of the sand beneath his boots. He can crunch the snow is rather disconcerting. The Great Dorito War of 2014 pitted nacho cheese Doritos against blue Doritos for no reason other than hating the color blue. I mean, I prefer the blue Doritos, honestly, if I'm honest. No, the wheel hasn't been spun today. To be fair, if you spun the wheel today, Crow... Actually, I can't even show you at the minute. But the matter at hand, nary a moment I received the word that the heretics we speak have been spotted making for Danifin Pass. My braves have already in pursuit and should be grateful if they join them. I myself should be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. But yeah, if I was to spin right now, I would go from either like warrior who's 50 to ninja who's 50 to red mage who's 50. Well, I am warrior, so I'd go to either like red ninja or red mage to 50. So not really probably worth the spin at the minute, Crow. I would maybe advise you maybe to do it when you feel like you're probably going to get more bang for your buck. I'm not saying you can't do it now. I'm just trying to look out for you because, like, you know, it's 20,000 points, still 20,000 points. Because I wouldn't want you to, like, spin it and then, like, you were like, oh, cool, we're going to see him, like, roll on to something, and I roll on to, like, a character at the same level, and you'll feel a little bit cheated, I'd feel. False balls, my ankle was caught on fire, caught in a boot by a rock or something, it twisted and fell. There's one on ahead for you, Dan, if in past. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for the tracks. The snow's fresh and so shooting how hard to find. Right. Where am I going? Oh, where am I going? Why did you have me go up here to go up here? If I have to take the penalty on, I'm probably going to have to put in as a default, at the start of Heavensward, free of each crafter and gatherer, before I factor in anything that's been banked. Before I factor in anything that's been banked, I will have to put in free of each, because I've got a feel I'm going to go up 3 levels. So if I go up any amount of levels past 51, I'm putting an additional level of crafter or gatherer across the board as a penalty. So that's what's going to happen. Like, this is the penalty I'm taking. For every level I go above the 51, I am putting an extra fucking, like, just across the board, crafter and gatherer in Heavensward. And that way, when the wheel spins, I'll probably be doing a lot of crafting and gatherers for a while to just, like, really punish me, I guess. For that. The tracks lead southwest. So that's kind of where we're at, chat. That's the penalty position I find myself in, which I'm trying to avoid. Scion, what are you doing here? The Heretics? I'm not sure. The great scaled beast is Eorzea. I think he went east on his own. The Heretics split up there. So we did too. Where am I going? Oh, right over here. It's kind of nothing. Sorry, just explain to Jermaine the fucking penalty here. Fuck me, he's alright, Dan. Okay. Y'all really want to go for this way? Cool, let's do it then. Lads, you cannot barely harm me. I am a unit. I don't do much damage up front, but I can take it. Oh lordy, can I take it? Get wrecked. How embarrassing. So I went intent of following the Heretics tracks and almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. Once I tried to sneak up behind me and I got a knife in the gut for his troubles. Although I fought myself alone and started searching for the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friend found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less in the observatorium. Give them a signal to wait, and the merchant will be watching. Be late or be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? Can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we would restrict their search to the surrounding areas. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness of the observatorium. I will need more time, moments rest to recover from these wounds. Fair enough, my guy. Observatorium was... Is it up here? Where is it, actually? Where the fuck? Oh, over here. Heads all over the show, trying to just work this all out in my head now. Also, Jermaine just asked me more questions. I am through with listening to your excuses. We'll leave now. Hi, the woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Yeah, and I'm here ready to fuck yous up. Well, stay with him then, and I think you'll fare any better. No, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, secret snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your land's ever the first for blood for the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Sorry, Jermaine's trying to inquire about how we get around this. Fancy meeting you here, Brockgar. I presume you work with the third brought you hither. And what tangled web, lest you wonder we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who had been conspiring with them. It came to our attention during our course of investigation into the Ivy that beggars belief. I know, but it seems that the favorite Garlean spy may be providing assistance to Iceheart. We're not for the efforts of Lady Yugiri and her shinobi. We might even have discovered his connection. Master Alphinaud was too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid in your search for the spy. We long to strike against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead of the work already promised will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and for one which I gladly accept. Thank you, though I may disappear from time to time for a time. Now that I shall be far and shall be always watching. A comforting thought. Come, Rothar, let us wait for the Captain Ilbeard and return for the deliver his report. Hey Max, hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods. What I might do as well, if I go particularly over on a specific job as well, I might nix that job from the wheel until every other job has gotten higher than it as well. So I will be creating a fair amount of penalties here to kind of alleviate some stuff. And I might have to do it that way as well. I'll have to think about it because that might cause other problems down the line, so I don't know. We'll have to see what happens with in regards to the EXP gain. Captain Ilbeard seemed confident the merchant's resolve was swiftly crumbled when pressed, and if so, we'd have new information ere long. As to whether it brings us any closer to learn of Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we're spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know that I have more than enough to occupy the time as it is. Oh shit, look at the amount of rewards we get in this one. I'm probably going to take... I might take the... What's that one for? Monk. I might take that one for the monk. Yeah. Came back from the gym, just chilling out. Nice. Captain Ilbeard, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us not what he'd already know from Shiva. We have since handed over to the Guardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries are concerning Ivory Towers, however, has proven more fruitful. We've ascertained the channel in which the heretics acquired their information for the shipment routes. Hey, Niff, you keeping well? Because I'm tell you, you're looking well. Can I ask you about the context of your boats? Why is there, like, who is that lovely chap with a selfie, and why is there a salt lamp horny? Well, that's Senpai Salt Rock. He was a salt rock that the chat loved in the early days of the stream. He used to sit in the background of the stream. I just haven't had a place to put it anywhere in the background of the stream these days because I've moved location, and people fucking love that salt rock for a while. The other lad is Mr. John Bacon, who does usually used to stream quite a bit, but then he became the father of the first child. Not the first child ever, his first child. And so he's been just MIA while he's been like going through the first year of like fatherhood and whatnot. He may be back on stream. I don't want to say soon, but he's been talking about like, man, I want to get on stream again. So we used to do stuff on like Friday/Saturday nights. He's Mr. John Bacon. I'm happy for to the first child getting a father, Ilbeard. Hey, Eris, you keeping well? Because I'm telling you, looking well. We're going well. Just trying to like plan out some stuff. We're not doing too bad. But yeah, he's also like the tallest man in Ireland. He's not the tallest man in Ireland, but he's like fucking 6 foot, like 7 or 6 foot 8. He's stupidly tall. But yes, he's also my oldest friend. I've had a friendship with that man, older than people in this chat. I've been friends with him for at least 33 years. Basically Mr. X of Ireland, yeah. Give him a green overcoat. Talking about one of the guys, one of the people in one of my emotes, Crow's asking about the lore behind or context behind it. I'm more like the fourth child, occupational. No! Not the bowel mage again. Not the fucking bowel mage again. Yeah, that one there. 1 second. I wonder if this still works. There we go. It does still work. However, the image link is blocked in the UK for some reason now. So, that's the Labour government for you. No one tells me where to stick my wand unless they ask nicely. Go on. You will recall the Flame is the first identified being in Ivy's employ. From where you're able to trace the trial is the conspirators, and each of them to us closer to the master. Alas, the trials came abrupt end. Fearing the investigation of being compromised, we took the necessary steps to detaining the suspected conspiracy. There has been 5 on our list, including the Flame stationed in Roundness Hole. The man's primary duty is to keep the inventory of all donations from abroad in particulars, and we would share the benefactors, thereby ensuring the needs not go unfulfilled. And by virtue of the role, he was privy to the details the shipments bind for the settlement. Needless to say, this has included some that originating from the House Vortemps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take and then sold that information to a merchant. I can guess which one. None other, and with a little encouragement, he also confessed knowingly aiding and abetting heretics. Well, this one's mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Do we know any closer to prying off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit forced him into commit a grave error. In his desperate bid to cover his tracks, Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to the high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. And he considered all that investigation, known as barely a handful of them, the field of the suspects have greatly narrowed. No one... sorry, I read that there. Could you send me a picture over Discord? I know someone who'd really like a tall man from Belfast. I don't have that picture anymore on hand. I put that onto the internet like years ago on a different machine that I've since replaced. So I don't have that picture on hand anymore. If someone can get the link to work... I just can't at the minute. Basically, I just want to make sure it's not the same dude. Let me see if I can get the picture for you. I wonder if I can... That's not the thing I was meant to click. I wonder if I can put it for a VPN to see if I can get it a different way. Switzerland. Let's try it. Let's try going via Switzerland. Apparently, Switzerland's like no. As soon as I try to go onto the website, it says Imgur is, it says Imgur is currently like, over capacity. So I don't know. Like, if you want to whisper me the man's name, you can try that, Eris, and I can let you know. Can you whisper me the name of the person that you know, and I will confirm or not if that is the case? I'm getting messages all across the show here. Boosh. Sorry, I'm trying to just get to the bottom of this now. Just accepted your friend request on... No, that is not his name. That is not his name. You can rest assured that is not his name. That could have been solved if I had just called him John Bacon, because his first name's John. His first name is John. It's not him. He does not have that name. We are safe. It's not him. Do I have a picture of John Bacon I could show you? Like, I should have a picture of him on my phone or something. Any relation to Kevin Bacon? Sadly, no. The reason why we call him John Bacon is because, like, I'm called John. John Sense is called John. He's called John. I collect Johns, not with purpose, purely by accident. And so we've had to just, like, find ways to distinguish ourselves. So I'm like, PVG, that's John Bacon. We got John Sense. It's just ways of trying to, like, separate. Because, like, someone, like, types into a chat or says her name goes John, all of us will look around, you know? I'm seeing if I can go in my Google Photos here. Google Photos, because, like, my phone links basically up to my Google account. Is like, here's all your photos. You can access them on the on the desktop. And I'm like, do I have a recent picture of John Bacon in here somewhere? Oh, I have a picture of me post-surgery. That's horrific. Why did I take that? That's a picture of his child, and with him, his child in his hands. I'm not gonna show that because that's a child that's not mine on stream. So I'm gonna avoid that one. Fuck, I really don't take enough pictures of things. I really don't take enough pictures of things. I take pictures of, like, keyboards and stuff. I don't take pictures of people. And the one picture I have of him from, like, in the last year, it has his child in his arms, and I just don't feel comfortable about showing that on stream. There's actually, okay. Here's one with his dog. This is one with his dog. This dog's called Bryn. Absolutely adorable. Adorable dog. Very tall man. Hard to see his height when he's sitting down immediately. But that's John Bacon. My brother has that issue. I too am collecting Johns. Oh my god. But yeah, I can assure you, not called Michael. His name is John. So we're all safe there. He's not the tall man from Belfast that you have to worry about. I'm getting machine gunned with information by Jermaine, so apologies if I get distracted every 2 seconds here. I have pictures of crispy bacon. I love crispy bacon. I love crispy bacon. Can't get enough. Well, I really can't eat a lot of it, but I can't get enough of it. How many tall men are terrorizing? What's sorry, the fucking chat scrolled as I was reading it. How many tall men are terrorizing Belfast? Joking. I mean, I don't think John Bacon terrorizes it. I like to think of like John Bacon in the same way I think of Finn McCool. I like to think of him as a protector of Ireland and a protector of Belfast and a protector of our realm rather than a terrorizer of it. But that's the lore I'm thinking of. Wasn't bad enough that he was named after our dad, who was then named after our grandpa. But his two best friends share the name too. Ah, I see. Right, I gotta get back to reading this here. So you mean to say there's an agent roaming among Rahban's innermost circle? Someone who's been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis the most plausible explanation. The infiltration is likely occurred during the company's founding, with a groundwork of the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unremarked and remain above suspicion all these years? I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. One of the three grand companies, Ul'dah was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Shocker. Both Limsa and Gridania have long-standing armed forces that lend themselves to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not for the Flames. Ul'dah's military is made up of desperate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies, which answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment for which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Rahban faced when finding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he had convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained a small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, it's all meant recruiting ever-passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its finding, it would be a child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than that, I would say, now aye. The Immortal Flames have ever been caught between the conflicts interested in the public and the private. Though the Monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's finding, it was not out of charity, but self-preservation. I had Nail Van Darnus. Ambitions had been less apocalyptic. You may be sure that they never had risked supplying Rahban with an army. 'Tis but a wonder that they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, and one of whom may be the Ivy. Desirable to deal a blow to the Empire, the refugees are eager to lend their aid, and I expect they'll hear from me ere long. Would anyone like a cookie? I love cookies, but I have to hold off on any cookies because I'm trying to limit my XP gains at the minute. Very good. Continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, I have two second to attend unrest. The third can join the fourth in the inspecting crystal shipments. They are noticing anything unusual. I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned like the manner of other primals, the heretics are looking for further supplies. Robert Short is Robert Short for Bob. Is it? It is. Robert Short for it is Bob. If you mean Bob short for Robert, then yes, that is very much true, yes. Bruh, what's going off? What's going off in Limsa? Wait, is something happening in Limsa in game right now? Understood, Commander. I just don't understand the context. Max is the only thing. Is there a bard band playing? Oh, is there someone playing? Oh, is someone doing that there again? I shall send a word to Sir Aramica informing us of our success for identifying heretics. Abettors, hopefully, the information shall be some use for the English Guardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called, and they have been in developments with Garlean, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have the accompany me, Brofgar, but the realm's studious champion is only the meat for the present discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Oh, I was just in the vapes from the gym, and so I said the Bob thing. I was a bit too tired to say anything intelligent. That's fair, I just don't understand the context of the statement amongst the conversations in the game we've been doing. Is all. So it's just like going like, you're right about Bob being short for Robert. I just don't know how it pertains to anything we're talking about in game or in the chat right now. Right, okay. Like me, you're doubtless eager to conclude in the business in the Iceheart, but until another patch of the Sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Minfilia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternative route. Until such time they succeed, I suggest you give some thought into the realm's other problems. I shall go ahead to Gridania in readiness from the coming council. Meet me at Nofficus Altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Where am I going? And they're playing Mr. Brightside. Oh, thank God I'm not there. That would do my head in. I think maybe it's just spending time in pubs for a lot of my 20s. I just do not care for that song. Does my fucking tits in. Right, I need to go to... Jermaine, being the saint he is in the background trying to figure out ways to get around my conundrum. And he's like, I can talk to these folks that we both know that might be able to help. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to, like, start recruiting people across servers and realms, because that feels like a lot of effort, and it's very kind of him to do that there, but I'm like, I would feel guilty and awkward about that, like trying to recruit all the numbers just to do it unsynced. But he's like saying, just give me a shout and we'll try and work something out. Okay, my brother's name is Robert. No one calls him Bob. He doesn't give a Bob. Doesn't give a Bob. My name is Ash. Good luck with shortening that. I don't think I could. I tried to think of one way to do it, and it's like, no, there's really not. Like, there's really no way. Like, shortening 3-letter names is, and have them resemble or have like some connective, meaningful tissue to the original name is different. I feel like Ash is already short for Ashley or something else. So like it feels like Ash already in itself is a shortening, depending on like your full name, I guess that is. If there is like a full name to be connected with it. Could be the case it's not. Thanks for coming, Brofcar. When you're ready to speak with the conjurer yonder, she will then let us know, show us into the Lotus Stand. Okay, well, I'm good to do that. There kinda is. Just Crow, like literally just drop the W. You'd be able to still reasonably say Crow. CRO, Co. You could shorten my name. I'm Aaron. I mean, Aaron's short as it is. And I don't know if I could shorten the word Aaron. I don't know if I'd want to as well. It's sort of short for Medea. Is that Ashmedea or Ashmedea? Apologies if I say your name wrong. I apologize, but I'm really just Ashnite. That's fair. That's fair. I thought you were going to say Roe. I mean, it's like shorten the word crow, take away the W. Still says crow. I thought you were going to say Roe. See, I like to keep you on your toes. Eerie, but it's pronounced air. I've seen people be called Eerie before, but I don't know if it was like shortening of Aaron. I like Aaron. I wouldn't want to shorten it anyway. The Alliance leaders await you at the low stand. You will be joining them now? Yes, I will. Yeah, Aaron's a nice name.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true then? The War of Succession is ended?
Oh, no problem at all, Nymph.
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
Who the fuck?
I was fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Who the fuck is this guy? I mean, I say that rhetorically. I will more likely find out as the story goes on. Oh god, he's spat on it. Okay.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
You actually still see his spit on. He's just spat on that thing. Damn. They are some very Warhammer-esque shoulders, yeah.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
God, the overtly fucking, like, fascistic overtones is insane.
Indeed,
Also, that helmet's terrible.
For little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
That's a trash helmet, guy, my guy.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Fascinating, okay.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, The new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Yeah, a little bit like black stormtroopers, which makes sense because like stormtroopers in the Empire was another fascistic fucking force inside of media.
But fortify their positions.
One of the haircuts you can't get in the game, but the big long hair?
But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their emperor gives the word.
I wonder what they'll add with Evercold in that regard.
Not if.
Because surely they gotta add some stuff like that.
This Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
I just don't trust Ishgard to fucking fall in line like that. Given how things went so far and what we know regarding the Holy See and the corruption of the Scion, or not the Scions, the Ascians. It's like,
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
Try not to sound too sarcastic.
Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
I'll not have escaped the notice that the nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being one of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of the resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them, and the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust among the decision tree. The nation's leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but the unity means little to less to the common folk. Take the Lomensians, for instance. Though Admiral Emery outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still pictured our nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldanians scorned for the swindlers who worship coin. Well, I'm inclined to believe the fucking one about the Uldanians, considering what we've fucking learned the last few fucking weeks. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds. True, there you go. Of course, take that pillar of Uldan society, Aladeji, for example, but that is besides the point. The fact that the people are wary of outsiders wherever they have cause to be or not, on the basis could not argue the conflict of Cartano was a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction and advocates for the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare, and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musings, let us speak of overpassing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke in the observatorium, Captain Littlebeard has further shortened the short list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, one he deemed the most likely candidate is lately to come to Gridania. And the hunt nears an end, Hrothgar, and all remains the corner of our quarry. Seek a little beard near the adder's nest, and we will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Corvus, you will be sure that we will send word without delay. In the meantime, we wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. I would have thought we've went on to Shiva by now. I would have thought Shiva would have been close. I imagine it is close, but you know, we'll find out in time. We'll find out probably soon. Where am I going here? Oh, map confused me for a wee second there. Right, let's see. Up here, and then... What the fuck is Judgment of Bolts and Lightning? The fuck? Judgment of Bolts and Lightning. Oh, is that like a harder version of Ramu? I'll grab it at some point. I don't really care right now. My thanks for coming in, Sion. Doubtless the big commander has informed you that we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point, we must proceed with extreme caution. Fantastic. I'll probably take the... I'll take the Bard one this time. Oh, fucking love a wee fucking voiced cutscene if that's the case. It's not. You bastards, you fooled me. Listen well, the spy we've been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Eileen Roaille, Raban's second in command. Prior to joining the Immortal Flames, she was a mercenary for no small renown, and they say her skill with the polearm is seen to be believed. If it's Guardian birth, she is the highest ranking foreigner in the Immortal Flames, bearing the Flame General himself, of course. When formed the Grand Company, Rahaban chose people based on their worth, whence they hailed was no interest. And the Monteras saw things differently, however. Having founded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favour foreigners, its guardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the Monteras did not raise so much as a murmur when the Roaille was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy was hold over the Monteras? Did we just hide? We did. That was smooth chat. We were real smooth there. She was like, am I being looked at? And me being Hrothgar, the Hrothgar's like, I'm a fucking cat, man. That's the exact noise when I go into stealth, by the way, that I've got headcanoned. Anytime Hrothgar goes into stealth, it's just a very loud that happens. It's ridiculous. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest is us as Roaille's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. When Rahaban attended the Council of the Alliance leaders, she should have remained in the halls of the Flames. I think John Bacon just sent me the message in success, understanding that he's not turning 38. Like, literally, the conversation goes... The conversation at hand was like, lads, I'm turning 38 on Monday. Let's go. We're maturing like fine wines. And I just said, that's fascinating. I'm not even 38 yet, and I'm older than you. And he goes, don't even tell me I'm about to turn 37. Did I just gain a year? And then our friends goes, absolutely phenomenal interaction. Just, this is the fucking type of people I am friends with. Fucking insanity behind it all. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet she is nonetheless on the some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Roaille's guilt, but if we can catch her red-handed, we shall prove all we need. Which brings me to the plan. We have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, the docks, even the point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge, all to remain in shadow until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Of course you can, my guy. You're like my new favorite character. I don't know why, but I like Gilbeard. I like him. You have my thanks. Let us go, and we'll take care not to alert our quarry. It's like when he's like the one of the commanders of my, like, apparently an army I'm a part of now. It's like, you're not cool. You're cool with me. Let's fucking go. Let's go fucking save the world together, big lad. I love it. This is how we do these. We go save the world together. Roaille is heading to the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. So Roaille has entered the Garlean canopy, meeting someone perchance, or could it be she means to board the airship? Pray look for her within, and she was not on the upper floor. Then she tried landing in the area below. One of mine are stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ephemy is her name, and I shall remain here in case Roaille reappears. Okay. Where am I going? Oh. Wait, where am I going? Oh, do I have to go for here? No, wait. Oh, it's below me, it's below me, it's below me. Brofgar, gosh, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? A social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come all this way. I've noticed every passenger, though with none bore resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Fascinating. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you're sure you did not board the airship? She did not come back out. Ever. Where the seven hells could she have gone? The roost! How can I forget? Greetings, good sir. May I interest you in some mood toy tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor. If you take the meeting... Perhaps another day, friend. Roaille, apparently it's pronounced Roaille, because France. Roaille, okay. Say it going forward then. Wait, that necklace. You're a shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania, by the way, of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take their search to East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. In fact, the 12 for the Domans, we were in for, if it weren't for the unique talents, Roaille would have disappeared without a trace. I'm gonna take I think it was this one, right? We wanted to take. Ooh, they're giving me a triple cream coffee, chat. Fancy. I had a cold brew coffee earlier. A delicious cold brew coffee. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. As we follow Roaille's example and take the ferry from the West Shore Pier, You doubtless will wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go ahead. I shall wait for you at the Sweet Bloom Pier. Cool. I'm just going to teleport my guy because, like, you know, it's easier for me. By the time I would have went for 2 cutscenes and all of the walking to get over there, this is probably weirdly faster because I would have had to walk up, go in a cutscene as I went into Old Gridania, walk up again, go onto the boat, another cutscene where this is arguably quicker. This way, my friends. Oh, you Gary. Hey, Gary. I like you, Gary. I'm a big fan of you, Gary, already. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorn Hut. If Roaille is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to take a contract with her Garlean masters there. And the explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware of the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at Garlean Ironworks have provided us with devices that can disrupt these communications, and we have installed them into around the city-states. In doing so, we've made it difficult for the Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Roaille would thus then have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move around Fanalan without being recognized, and it would be so a matter of time before she saw for her disguise. 'Tis for the reason I believe that she's chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elzen are common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. Makes sense. And as my scouts tell, the Garleans have sent agents into the mine to destroy the devices that render such direct communication unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far successfully in rebuffing those efforts. This is it. We need only to make for Hawthorn's hut and catch Roaille in the act. Let's go. I like Yuguri. There's an air of mystery of her mask that makes me fascinated by her. What's that quest? Oh, it's a leaf. I thought I missed a quest earlier when I saw a leaf for a second. I was like, did I miss a quest for my cleanup? God damn it. I didn't. My people report that our quarry has departed for the bramble patch. The ivy returns to the gnarls from whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing will require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with the Garlean masters? My countrymen shall wait and lie in shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Yeah, not a problem. Hey, Gary. Ooh, cutscene time. I wonder if it's voiced. No, it's not. Just beyond, Roaille is in conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer, an Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Are we going to throw down? I think we're going to throw down, chat. Although the suspenseful music is starting to make me think that some throwing down might not happen in a way that I'm expecting it to. Flame Marshal Eileen Roaille, you're under arrest for treason and espionage. You're fouled, you bloody fool! Damnation! I mean, if you want to throw down. You're unarmed, milady, and I'm scarcely garbed for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What's the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in the Tweleswood? When I last looked, there was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. Would you feign ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, then there'll be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. Something's not right here. Something's off. You know that type of like tense. Sort of like a tense. This is going too well for my liking. Like, I was expecting a bigger struggle there. And the fact there wasn't makes me curious and slightly suspicious. Even a warrior of Roaile's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. And with the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils of the she entwined around the Immortal Flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap when the people who will die will have their grand company they deserve. But let us speak of the present. May I ask what you will do now, Brothgar? I'm just kind of like, I don't know, get some soup. So the Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you're eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. I want some soup. Fear not, my countrymen, and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of such talents, you would have been training for the art of the shinobi, have you not? The change in your bearings is quite evident to me. At least I look forward to seeing you in action. Till next time, my friend. Oh, does she actually acknowledge that I'm leveled up a certain amount of ninja now? Like, does that change if you hadn't been? Because that seems cool. I like that. I like that if that's the case. Like, little, like, flavoring of the text based on what you have done. I like that. The game does it a few points, yeah, it's very cool. I like it. It makes the anything I've done in the game, oh, for God's sake, you're in the way. It makes anything I've done in the game feel, I guess the best way I can put it, just like meaningful. Although that feels a very obvious thing to say, but I like that. Tataru, are you just juggling? Are you just watching Okay. Actually, I need to know what the hell. Tataru has grown beyond childish fantasies and becoming a songstress. Now she aspires to the legendary street performer. She cannot be seriously considering it. A life as a street performer shouldn't be one's last resort, not their first. Steady, steady, not bad, eh? With a little more practice, I could earn a fortune at the Ruby Road Exchange. I mean, okay, Tataru. Fair play to you, lass. Be more immersive and customize your experience. I'm a big fan of what they do when they do it. I'm really enjoying it. I love it. I think it's great. Welcome back, Brothgar. I understand Alphinaud had a task for you, and may I ask what it was? I was here to get soup. Charges of treason and espionage against Elaine Roaille. I can scarce believe it. Could not have been some manner of misunderstanding. No, it avails me not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts in a way to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Coolio. You're going to give me some bacon broth. Nice, 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 nice. What do you mean item level 110? The synthesis skill again? Oh, I have no idea what that is. As you may recall, the Iceheart used the Aephorite and depths of the Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west. Most likely a sanctuary of some description. There is what we suspect she means to summon Shiva and the crystals she stole from the House 4 Temps caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if we suspect they mean the whole summoning ritual of that kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice to say, they must be stopped, and to stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that is Ironheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, I would have a simple matter to tap into the established Aephorite and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aephorite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aephorite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Eorzea, we conclude that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of those who do possess such expertise. A colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlean. Charlean. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you're here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate this gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. I feel like I've been more ambassador this run of the MSQ than actual adventurer, which is an interesting development for the character, I guess, given the circumstances. As the scions and as the crystals start to form and ever expand, it feels like an interesting evolution into what our position is. Obviously, I'm still acting in accordance with a bunch of different missions and roles, but I feel like a lot of my role so far in the last 10 to 15 quests has been more emissary than adventurer. Is this voiced or not voiced? Oh, is that like an airship? Or like an air caravan?
Minfilia, am I right?
Oh. Oh, shit. She's actually voiced. Okay. Cool.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and to thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Eorzea.
I have that in mind. It doesn't come with the potato to drive it. I feel like that's a bonus in my mind. Unspoiler lore drop if you want it. Just say the word. I mean, if it's unspoilery, drop it. Drop it like it's hot. I'll happily have it. I'm always up for an unspoilery lore drop, and I do appreciate the offer rather than just immediately doing it. I had a major problem when I was playing the first ever Vampire the Masquerade game on stream. Me and Johnson spent weeks covering the Vampire the Masquerade tabletop RPG, properly on stream, deep diving all of the clans and stuff, going through a lot of the lore and stuff. And then about a month later, I go to play Bloodlines, the original game on stream, and the amount of people who would just lore drop and basically copy and paste whole Wikipedia entries into my chat after me saying, it's okay, I already know about this, we've talked about this on stream, we've actually done a deep dive. They're like, no, you don't understand. Paste a Wikipedia article on the page. I was like, you don't understand, you're about to get fucking banned, you fucking lore cunt. So I do appreciate you offering. Caravans are still necessary because whilst they're Aephorites, not everyone has the magical ability to... Oh! Right, that explains a lot, actually. Most who use crystals would be quickly drained. Okay, because again, it takes and gives at that point. Okay. Interesting.
Moenbryda is an accomplished Garlean scholar and an authority on aetherite technologies.
Oh, okay. Do you know that the caravans are still necessary because whilst they're efforts not everyone. Mostly, I'm confused. Did you as well? I was like, 1 second, I've got some lore here as well. Oh, someone posted it. For sure, always check and be very careful even after checking. I was just trying to be funny. Oh, fair enough. I wasn't sure what the crack is there for a second, but it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, no, I appreciate it, like, eras. Because, like, again, I do like lore. I like learning about stuff. And it's always, like, the more I can immerse myself in, like, the lore of a game and, like, the story and the environment of the game, it's great. But when it came to the Vampire the Masquerade one, it was maddening because, like, at multiple points, I had said, oh, yeah, me and John spent weeks on stream breaking down all of the clans, breaking down their histories, breaking down these systems, spending upwards of 25 hours on stream breaking these down. I don't need explanations of who the fucking Bruja are. And the guy was just like, no, you gotta let me tell you about the Bruja, my guy. Oh, the Malkavians? I'm gonna tell you about the Malkavians. And I already fucking know about the Malkavians! Fun fact, when Moenbryda, Wolf's Sunwin, means moon bride and daughter of Wolf's Sun. Ooh. Oh, the copy and paste thing. I think I see it when you're putting it down. Sometimes it sounds like, I don't know, main character syndrome. Well, like the people who lore dump. It's one of the reasons why I have it as part of the rules things. It's like, it's one of the reasons why I had to put it in part of the rules, because at one point someone even tried to say, well, it's not part of your rules that we can't like talk about the lore or provide the lore. And I'm like, I feel like if I am the broadcaster telling you to not do it, you shouldn't need me to type it out on the page. That's not a loophole that you being an asshole. So I like just got rid of that loophole. The Admiral's name, Moenbryda Brio Swiftwind, Seawolf, and Daughter of the Bluefish. Daughter of the Bluefish? No, people just aren't listening to me enough. I need to read this article. Yeah. It's like, calm down, Professor Chatter. Yeah. I know John Sense, who loves... John Sense is a wind-up merchant. The man has spent his years that I've known him taking great joy in winding me up, will just sometimes come into the chat unprompted, not even related to anything, and will just drop the line, let me tell you about these Malkavians. And I'm like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I know where you live.
She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to
Don't you brick me.
capture our
Don't you
Senpai.
brick me, monk. I will brick you back at some point.
Charmed, I'm sure.
She's like, yeah. Malkavians are fish people. What? I don't think they are. I'm a total lore nerd. I could go on about it, but it's important that I won't, because it's good to let you experience stuff holistically through playing the game. You know, yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, you know, the joy of lore is sometimes like literally having it happen to you, which is where a lot of people who do enjoy the lore get their initial exposure to it from, you know? And I enjoy that like any other player would. Let us return from the Rising Stones once, and we have much to discuss. But yeah. It's also why I just, you know, I'm so very trying to be more vigilant about saying when I want further detail and stuff, or when I just throw out rhetoricals, because I know that at least 5 times a stream I will throw out 3 rhetorical questions in rapid fire succession as soon as I see something happen on stream. And I know that I can sometimes tonistically can sound like I'm asking genuine questions, where it's like, no, I'm just exercising my brain a bit. Look up fish milk when you get some free time. I fear what I will find, but I will. Another voice situation, or am I reading it?
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, pleasant surprise. I don't have to read.
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Garlean to assist us.
It just dawned on me. Her desk is ridiculously long.
Join us here that she might share with us.
Like
her
that's an
extensive
unnecessarily
knowledge of
long
Eorzea.
desk.
Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Okay.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits.
Oh Jesus, Andre coming in thick with a fucking charm. Holy shit.
And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
I mean, you can't come in with that suave level of like fucking charm and expect to not be like fucking embraced.
Unhand me.
Oh my god. Okay, maybe he wasn't expecting that. My guy, you can't come in with that charm and then not expect this to happen. Jesus Christ. Oh no, it's gotten stronger in embracing.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful
they have
analysis,
history.
we did not locate a second beacon. We now suspect that the Heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options.
So essentially it's like a battery core that's able to store ether to send us in that direction.
We shall carry out Moenbryda's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Okay. Instruments of our deliverance. I've already informed Alphinaud of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner of Moenbryda described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you as Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you'll find him waiting there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done for us on our behalf, Hrothgar, and that we have faith in you to return to us as always have. I mean, I always do. And I've got plot armor, so every worst case scenario still has me somewhat safe, I guess. Because you can't really have me perilously die in transport when there's several expansions ahead of me. Hello, monk. Fancy seeing you here. I forgot I'm Dragon Heat. Yeah, we were rather climactic. It would make for a really interesting narrative for an MMO to do that there, but you would have to really, like, make it worth it, because people would get invested in the characters they make at the start of, like, when they create them, and if you just killed it off and then forced them to remake another character for a story beat, that's gonna be a challenge, I would say, to sell that. Like, you can get away with that in story games where a person doesn't create their own character because, like, it's a narrative choice at that point, but I think where you create your own character might be a bit more of a difficult sell. What in the actual fuck is that? Oh, it's none of my concern is what it is. Good to see you, Brocker. I was starting to wonder when you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards, by the way. He attends the interrogation of Eli and Roaille in Uld as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon my return. I trust that by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetherite. After you, Scion. There, it's ready. It works, I think. Try tuning to the Aetherite now, feel for the current, and try to locate the beacon. We have done all we can, Brovgar. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon that we've created, and then, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely. You must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. I assume this is the Shiva trial, then? We can't ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, we may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual, and if all succeeds, we have a limited choice to defeat Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say for your own strength will suffice, but I do encourage you to call upon your allies. Some have their reservations about waging war and lives and the success of the Moenbryda's experiment, but others will surely agree to the desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak to the knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emeric. Who? Oh. Sir Emeric regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that he read this letter to you. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights that stand poised to defend her. Hrothgar Lugash, the warrior of light, Sever of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall be not forgotten. Where others would flee, you chose to remain, and where others would falter, you chose to rise to the challenge. And there others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service of the greater cause. May Halom bless you with the good fortune and see you safely home. Essentially saying, we bitched out, but thanks for doing this for us. Okay, cool. Right, I need to confront Shiva at the Alphinaud amphitheater. I think we won't level. I'm not sure. I don't think this will level us up because the trials have been predictably low XP gains for me, but we'll have to see. We will have to see. If anyone in the party would like to join me on this battle, or not the party, the chat, sorry, would like to join this battle, please make yourselves known and I will get invites out. We are very much on our way. Yeah, me. Not a problem. Send party invite. Are you on? Is that yourself? Yeah, that's yourself there. You're over here. Send invite. I can hop in if you need a healer. I mean, I'll take anything I can get, Nymph. I'll take anything I can get. I think this is Nate, man. Is the monk joining us at all? I fear he may be AFK as I'm asking this. I can do all. Well, we got 2 tanks, which is myself and Vegeta, by the looks of things. Yeah, if you want to add me, that'd be great, Nymph. That'd be delightful, and then I can send you the party invite. He's on trade at the minute. He's doing trade stuff, so I don't know if he might be AFK. That's the thing as well. Ah, there's a delightful, wonderful little friend request coming in. We'll love to see it. We'd love to see it. I think that's Umbra Crystallis. I believe I can send you a party invite. We got a light party. We're lit. We are lit. We are a lit party. I'm just waiting to see if Monk is back yet. Monk, if you're here, can you hear me? If you can see me, I'm just gonna drop an in-game message as well. Just in case he what the fuck is my social? Hey, Vegeta. So, just waiting for confirmation on that. So, we've got 2 tanks, a healer. I don't know what Monk is going to do. If he wants to do heal or if he wants to do DPS. Doesn't really matter. I feel like we're going to get a relatively fast thing here. Enjoy. I suggest turn up the music volume. Is it absolute bangers after bangers? Are we going to get hit with bangers here? Going to give it a quick R check here just to make sure everyone's good before I put us into the... Fantastic. Look at all you being also fucking... on the ball today, chat. Less than 5 minutes. We need 1 healer and 2 DPS. This shouldn't take long at all. We got like 2 tanks, which is already a. Oh my god! I'm getting walked around. Are you a Moogle? Are you a Moogle? Okay, that's adorable. That's adorable. That's wild. That's adorable. Is that... I assume that's machinists. We got a machinist. A whatever that is. Astrologian? Maybe? Dark Knight. Black Mage? And Warrior. No, Summoner, sorry. Summoner, not Black Mage. My head's away. My head's away. Oh, you playing Gunbreaker? I thought it was Dark Knight for some reason. Just looking at the symbols. Because I'm trying to get better at remember what the symbols are. Astros is cards. SEH is glasses. Is Kane. SG notwithstanding their little drones. When you say glasses, what do you mean by glasses? Oh, the healers. Right. So you're just looking at the little symbols at the top side here. Oh, glasses are booked depending on who you ask. Oh. There we go. This one DPS is going to... Okay. I was going to say undo our party, I think. Just me walking up, being like, what about you?
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter.
I don't have any faith in regards to it here.
Odds, then it is mine.
Oh, the icon for the scholar's glasses. Ooh.
We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Oh, she transformed into Shiva. Or Shiva. Okay. That's a new one. Grotty bitch. Oh, where is she going? What are you doing, you grotty bitch? Oh my god, I made it, eh, Sam? I'm looking well, because I tell you you're looking well. Okay, now the bangers are out. Okay. Hope you're having a good Thursday so far. Hello, I missed you too, Sam. Get wrecked. We beat the back doors out of Shiva. I finally didn't miss a PvG evening. I'm sweating my balls. It's been bad. It's been so bad with the heat. I hate it. I had to buy a new fan, which does blow a terrible amount of wind at me, which I do like. We didn't level up. That's actually perfect. But I hope you've been doing okay, Sam. It's been a while. I hope everything's all good in your neck of the woods. Hope nothing bad has befallen you. Fun fact: the singer of that song is one of the really. Well, that's cool. That's very fucking cool. The fact that we managed to pull that off without leveling up has also made me quite happy. I knew we wouldn't get much XP out of the fucking trials. It was like 30 degrees Celsius. Mugen, that's a hate crime. That's a hate crime, Mugen. That's a hate crime. That is literally a crime of hate. Yeah, right there with you. My fan's been running non-stop. Glad I've Archon. I wish. I considered Archon, but I opted for that fan over there. Because it was cheaper, essentially.
Blind bloody fool.
Been a while, yeah. No, I moved to a new city. Moved out from my dad's place, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy for you. That's awesome. That's awesome. I imagine just having that like freedom
You of all
and
should understand the
I guess just
suffering
independence
war we
must be
get.
just
No
invigorating.
sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
All right, well, you just tried to call a fucking bestiality ice lord. I don't know why you think that was smart.
Mine is the righteous cause.
God, we hit 35 today. We haven't been so bad on like the temperature front. It was only 18 today, but the problem is that it's always like fucking 89% fucking humidity here. So I'm always just in a molasses of fucking like swamp heat. It's gonna be really warm over here next few days too.
You fight in a war you do not understand.
Oh, the freedom's fucking great. I never knew I had like energy after work. It was like, so he's like, I have freedom, which then gives me actual like energy. That's amazing. Why was I never gonna do this before? I know, right? Turns out my dad and sister were sucking out my energy. I can do, you can do things now. You have like ability to do hobbies, to go out and see folks, the ability to just like, if you wanted to like, spend time making like a nice meal for yourself, you can do so. You have space, you have comfort, you have all those things. Yeah. And I don't have to hide. Yeah, 100%. You got your own, you're literally not bound to four walls. You're bound to multiple walls inside of four walls. You're getting close to the point where Bullet of Embers Hard and Harleen Eye Hard and Naval Hard are required to progress. Okay. Hopefully they won't be
And they are no less
too much XP. I mean, given how these trials have been going, they haven't been too much XP so far. Okay, back. What did I miss? Oh, Professor, a lot. We have been
trapped in a delusion
still in post-ARR, but
but
we've done a lot. We've done a lot. Nobody's eating the food I make myself. Insane, right? You actually have the ability to like control your own consumption and finances. It's insane how well that works. By the way, did I tell you about my new toy? I got myself a drawing tablet. I love hearing about new toys. What's the drawing tablet? John Bacon is an artist. I can't remember the tablet he uses though, but it's a fucking fancy one. So anytime someone gets a drawing tablet, I'm like, I need to know what it is. Trials aren't a ton of XP outside of the roulette bonuses. Yeah, and I won't be doing the roulettes for them. I'll be just going straight and queuing up for those. I can't risk the roulettes where I am right now because I have every fucking goddamn job available to me up to fucking 50, and it's getting too scary. Oh, I'm in a very, very dangerous place job-wise in game. Mine's relatively cheap. A Qualcomm S60. Oh, those are cool though. The Qualcomms are fucking good though, from what I heard. I'm going to give it a little googly move. We're like in the middle of a break right now, so I don't want to like do anything in story. Oh yeah. Those are good. Those are good. Oh, like I'm not very good at drawing / GIMP, but I plan to. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Eris, right? The tools are there for you to just explore at your own pace, to find your own sort of style, and just to have fun with it. More importantly than anything, like just everyone starts off crap at something. Just the more you indulge it, the better you get. But at least you have now the ability to indulge it, to have fun with it, and just do some fun shit. I'm really happy with it. I believe you. Professor's always a sweetheart. We got the Mrs. Large Wacom about 2 years ago. GIMP is also boss. Yeah, especially with like way with the way Photoshop is and Adobe is. Like anytime you can get away from Adobe, always big thumbs up. Adobe can literally lick the back of them and taste the salt straight from the source. Heck yeah. PVG, does that rule apply to sex? Do I often do it often and get better at it? Fuck Adobe. It does, actually. I would argue it does. Like, it's one of those things where I made them a villain in a D&D game I ran. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool as a concept. I would argue it does, but then I would also argue that like your prowess for like sex also is kind of like you know, something that is measured kind of like the way you would measure any sort of hobby. Like, for example, people really good at skateboarding don't necessarily always be really good at knitting. But like when you put enough time into knitting or skateboarding, you become good at those very specific things. And in the same way for sex, because like the sex that you indulge and enjoy with one partner might not necessarily be the same with a different partner. So you have to develop essentially an asymmetrical skill in that way. It kind of branches off, and you have to. There's like, you know, you have to become with any new partner. You kind of have to relearn some skills again. For sure. I don't know if I was good right away, but the journey wouldn't be as mean. Exactly, right? Like you're looking to indulge this idea of just enjoying the flow and the process of actually doing the hobby, and that's the main thing. Like if someone just put a pen down one day and we're doing literally like Picassos and shit, sure, that's impressive, but that individual would still want to ascend beyond their natural born skill, right? Like, otherwise, what's the point? I do too much photography stuff to get fully away from Adobe, though I would love to. So I have Photoshop and Lightroom, and that's understandable, Rando. Like, it's one of those things where I look at it in the same way as I look at Microsoft. Is that it's like, I would love to see more people get away from Microsoft, myself included, because I would like to get away from Microsoft. But the sad reality is that there's just sometimes certain softwares just don't have the right alternatives, or there is certain barriers that stop that move from necessarily happening as fluidly as you would like it to. We need to do a PVG bingo card, do a rant, talk about sex, yell at the game, die a game. Jesus Christ, what a fucking wild fucking idea. That's all right if you're locked into do the work, because I know this will fault you for it. Yeah, 100%. 100%. And sadly, the open source versions of Microsoft often suck a little bit of ass. I don't trust the open source versions of Microsoft, like OSs.
Those who walk after.
I just don't trust them. It's different when you're like looking at different like Linux kernels, because you still have it still all goes back to like the major kernel for the most part. But with like the weird way that like Microsoft like custom OSs, I just don't trust it, because well, Microsoft's not necessarily an open source OS. So at least with like Linux kernels, you can always like look back at the original code and stuff and be able to, you know, say, okay, I know what this code can do. I know this code has been reviewed and trusted, where that's not the case with Microsoft kernels. Oh, I want to talk about FOSS Office. I mean, you can if you want to. I don't stop you.
Do not squander a mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Oh shit, we haven't heard someone say that in a while. Yeah, Adobe does a lot of predatory practice stuff. Like for the longest while, they had a whole thing where they would charge you a cancellation fee that would cost hundreds of dollars to cancel their services and stuff. Like they're a predatory company.
Withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
His mask is kind of spidery, like little fangs there. Intriguing. Intriguing. La Habrea. There's me back out of the thing. Sorry, but it took me so long to get out of that chat. I was too busy chatting with the other chat. What's Moenbryda up to? By the 12, you're alive? I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Oh, you silly. Iceheart did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Gervanians are always skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that if you say that's what you saw, then I believe you. It's just that I've never heard of a Primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma that has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No, fair enough, I was only asking. Look, I was shocked about the fact that she turned directly into the Primal herself as well. That's the first I seen it in-game. No, I don't think a lot of them like La Habrea. I got the impression from the other Ascians that the La Habrea was kind of initially at the start of the game operating on rogue interests rather than a collective interest. So that's the impression I've got so far. Hey, Yukis. You keeping well? Because I'm telling you, you're looking well. You're looking fantastic. You want me to hydrate? I can do for that. I can do that for you, sorry. If I could use words, it would be impeccable if I could use words. Thank you very much, Sam. You're an absolute sweetheart. An absolute sweetheart. It's too hot for words. You know what? I could say that about some people as well. Am I being snowballed? Who the fuck's snowballing me? Do a big stretch and a posture check. Ugh. I'm being snowballed by some miscreant, but I don't know from where. Who the fuck is snowballing me? Whom's the snowballing me? It was a bit necessary. I haven't really stretched much today. Okay, I'm getting pelted here by some fiend that I can't see. Bent down at work today, and I'm pretty sure I broke a bone. Or 30 bones? Stealth snow. It's probably monk. This feels very monk coded. Actually, I could see the ball coming. You son of a bitch, I see you up there. He's got the emote on a hotbar. But you bent down today at work and you're sure you broke a bone or 50? Jesus Christ. Was it one of those ones you did it and it was just like crack, 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 crack? Like what? Every time he just jumps down and just takes a ton of damage. Like, oh, that's fine. That's fine. What the fuck has gotten into my eye? Thankfully, it's the blind eye, but I can still feel physical objects in it. Sound like an egg carton in a hydraulic press. There's a part of me that thinks that would sound satisfying from like an ASMR standpoint. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over of the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let us save that for the rising stones, eh? I've got everyone to beat us there. But before that, you best pay a visit to White Brim Front and speak to Alphinaud. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy planning his politics with these guardians. Either way, I'm sure... Can't read with cursor over it. He'll be delighted to see you heal and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh no, no reason. Why do you just assume I've got a concussion? See you again soon. She just assuming I got a concussion from fighting the Primal. Miss, I have fought at least, I don't know, 4 gods. At least 4 gods up to this point. That might have been my 5th. I haven't been counting relatively well, but I at least know 4. Stop assuming I've got a goddamn concussion. She isn't talking about the Primal. Why is she constantly referring to it after I fought the Primal, though? Sounded great, just ridiculously loud in an empty shop. Well, at least the shop was empty. You could at least like say, oh well, at least no one heard it but you. You can't die from fall damage unless you're in combat. That's good to know. She's assuming that. She's concerned with side effects from teleporting to an unattuned Diphorite. Oh. But she gave me the impression it was concussion related because she was talking about being knocked on the head before in the previous bit of dialogue. So it sounded like she was referring to a concussion. Well, see, I didn't forget about the experimental impossible transport that could have killed me. It's more that literally, as I said, the dialogue prior, like in the previous thing, talked about a solid knock to the head, which, given the frequency, or not the frequency, but given like how soon it was that conversation happened to the next, it just sounded linked to literally a potential concussion. All right, so I got a link for you. European Alternative, or FOSS, for tons of programs. I'm curious to see this. I would like to see it. Because with every day passing, I get closer and closer to just saying goodbye to Windows and getting Linux installed. There he is, none worse for the wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you'd be so kind. Just me going in there, and it's like, and the bitch bestiality woman came at me from the sky, but transformed it into a woman from that. What? With no reliable destination, you'd expect teleport to mid-air to fall to the ground, assuming that you didn't teleport into a wall. And that's fair. That's fair. And I get that that's a thing, but obviously with context of like communication, my assumption, which I think is based on a level of fairness given the time frame in which she asked me, did I get a hard knock to the head, and then proceeds to Sam, thank you very much for donating some precious monies to the wonderful folks at Mermaids. And just amazing amount of kindness, and massively appreciate it. Oh no, you didn't. It's all good. You didn't interrupt. But yeah, like, you know, to ask me about a head wound, and then the next like line she says describing literally the symptoms of a concussion. You would think that they were linked. You can't fault me for drawing those parallels. They screwed people over. Locked features behind paywalls that were free. Sold people's data. Forced people to accept terms. Borked older versions of removed people's lifetimes licenses, and all those good things they've done. Yeah, that's been bullshit. You only have 40 left to reach the goal. Nice. Yep. The goal does... The goal is a rolling goal, so for every time we reach the goal, it does get extended out. Our original goal was 100, and the fact that we started at 100 and we're now up to 710 is absolutely speaks to the kindness, love, and just charity of our community. Beautiful people in this community. Super generous people, 100%. When we reach this part, everyone usually seems to take the Asgardian propaganda as unvarnished truth. I mean, I get that. I guess it's one of those things where, like, we have to assume based on what we know is what they're telling us, you know? And I get it, there could be unreliable narrators, and there is an element that you could say unreliable narration, especially given the fact that there's confirmed Asian intervention in regards to the Holy See and stuff. But it is one of those things where, like, you know, we can only work on the information we know from our standpoint in the playthrough. To have more information does obviously then pay into the concept of hindsight, and hindsight's always 2020, you know? Community is just wonderful. It is, Sam, and again, massively appreciate you. Jesus Christ. Niv, thank you very much for the additional contributions as well. My hindsight's always 50-50. That's fair. That is fair. Massively appreciate it, Nymph. Again, Sam, Nymph, you're absolute sweethearts. For folks who are not very aware of what the actual money's going to, we are raising money all across Pride Month towards Mermaids, which is a trans charity to help trans folks in the UK and Ireland. They operate a multitude of different services for trans folks in a time of need. The first and foremost, their actual, like, you know, their marquee service that I see a lot of people usually talk about is their telephone hotline that trans folks can ring into at a time of need. Should they need support, advice, help, should just something happen and they need to get you know, direct service and direct information regarding the specific issue they have, they can do so, and Mermaids operate those phone lines for trans folks in that time of need. The money that we raise goes obviously to make sure that those telephone operators are, you know, paid and staffed and all of that good stuff there, so that goes that there. On top of that there, they also provide training for public facing spaces, you know, businesses, schools, things of that nature, essentially providing training to those places and spaces in order to, you know, help them become more trans inclusive and trans friendly. For cis folks like ourselves, you know, we take some of that stuff for granted when we go into institutions like businesses or places that, you know, they're relatively, like, comfortable for just, you know, average folks, which are the case. However, sometimes the language or the demeanors of the individuals involved in those places and spaces may not necessarily be educated or necessarily trans inclusive as they could be. The training goes to make sure those spaces and places are then, you know, trained in how to be more trans inclusive and more trans friendly, so that you know, given sort of, like, you know, just common safety that we would feel as folks in those institutions are also felt equally by trans folks as well. On top of that there, they also provide means to try and engage in community and try and bridge community together for trans folks. It's especially important, you know, and I say this all the time, it's one of those situations where, you know, we have this, as we all grow up going through our teens and you know, our early 20s and whatnot, there's always those pressures to understand where we're going in life, what we're doing with ourselves, what our jobs are going to be. You know, those are just uncertainties that we all, and anxieties we all have going on at any given moment. You put those onto any individual, obviously there's an anxiety that's involved out there. That is then, you know, reinforced by when you're a trans person not necessarily understanding or questioning your identity, those troubles then become tenfold because of the implications of what your identity could mean for you and what could be changing and how that could affect those decisions and what you're feeling and thinking at any given time. You know, it just triples that pressure on top of everything else. And lack of community and lack of having, like, people you can talk to, understand your position, understand your worldview, understand your experiences becomes harder and harder when that community is not necessarily widely available in there. Mermaids try to bridge that gap by just trying to bridge those community gaps and have it so that trans folks who maybe don't have an established community or established connections to their community have those connections, so that when they're navigating these very important and very stressful, anxious times, that they have someone they can talk to that has that level of experience and knows what they're going for and can provide the best advice and be there for them at a time of need. You know, because again, we can provide help as much as we can as cis folks. we can't speak to the lived experiences of trans folks, and having that level of lived experience, that advice coming from someone who has that lived experience, means so much more. The money that we've raised this month goes to provide mermaids the ability to continue on with that mission that is so important, and especially in a time frame that we're in right now, which is just not very, friendly to marginalized folks. The money we go helps to try and make the world just that little bit more friendlier and that little bit more, accessible for trans folks. If you cannot, donate like the kind folks who have today, that is totally fine, and I get it. There is cost of living prices. We often have our own, things we have to pay, our own bills and look after ourselves at some point. We can't help others if we can't find ourselves in a position that we can do that in. And I get that there. I'm not going to I would never have a go at anyone who can't donate. You can still support in meaningful ways. That doesn't necessarily always mean a donation. Simple things like, sitting and hanging in stream with us can push us up the category when we're streaming. Might push us in front of more people who can donate. That's a way of spreading spreading the information that cause a better way there. Sharing our social media posts when we do social media posts regarding the charity and the fundraiser for the month obviously helps as well. But something that helps all year round is education. Educating yourselves on what trans folks have to go through, lived experiences, and using those informed insights when you then educate yourself on who you maybe be electing at a local or a national level goes a massively long way. It's one of those situations where we see a lot of trans rights, or just marginalized people's rights, but trans rights rescinded, destroyed, and civil liberties destroyed by people put in positions of power that could have been avoided should, someone else have been elected. Informing yourself of your choices when it comes to voting on national or even local levels can help prevent the wrong people getting into positions of power, and then also avoiding the rescinding of civil liberties and rights of marginalized folks. And end of the day, that's done for free. You have a vote. Hopefully you have a vote that is not, challenged by any sort of discrimination, that you can then, use that vote in a way that could benefit marginalized people in that position. Can I still donate next month? Because I get my first paycheck then. Our links should be available, Sam, up for the next month. I will make sure to keep mine open for next month if you want to do that there. But on top of that there, you can also just donate anytime throughout the year. Mermaids accepts donations throughout the whole year on their website. So even if you want to donate later into the year at any point, that is completely doable, just even through their website. Doesn't necessarily always have to be through the fundraiser. Obviously, we love it when our fundraisers are supported, but kindness can always be done throughout the year for their website as well. But those little simple things can go a long way, even if you can't donate at this point in time, chat. They are very meaningful. It's one of those things where, the great work that Mermaids does and Trans Lifeline for the North America folks does is phenomenal, and the money goes to those causes doing phenomenal things for trans folks. But at the end of the day, if we elect the right people, if we put the right people in positions of power, their work becomes easier because they're not having to then readjust their efforts to then compensate for, a government rescinding rights and civil liberties because the wrong people are put in positions of power. So all that stuff can go a long way in supporting. And again, I do want to thank all the lovely folks that have supported us throughout the month, as we don't get to the point we got to right now without an amazing community like yourselves. So again, a big thank you to the community, because you've all been just phenomenal this month. Absolutely amazing. Oh, that's the link for the European alternatives. I will be clicking that to have a wee peruse one while stream. I'm talking about the part where the origin of Shiva laying with dragons. I find it interesting how everyone just automatically assumes it's accurate. Well, I don't think it's accurate, but I also just like to say shit for the comedy as well. Vegeta, like I'll just sometimes just say some bullshit because I'm saying some bullshit. Just a bit of banter. And at this point as well, I can only go off the lore that I know and the lore that I'm informed of based on where I am in the game. So I'm going to make jokes and make slight silly remarks about shit based on the active lore I have on hand. Oh, good. I think I asked that last year, but I wasn't sure. It's all good, Sam. It's all good. It's all good. Yes, we have. Hey, Harriness. I hope you keep well, because I'm telling you, you're looking well. I cannot remember what that is in context to hairiness, but I hope you're having a good. Hope you're having a good first team. Was this voice dialogued? No, it wasn't. It wasn't voice dialogue, was it? Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent the forever loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration, for one I which we will have Brothgar to thank. Oh yes, when you're calling the community amazing or something, yes, they are amazing. The community is phenomenal. And that includes yourself as well, Hairiness. The community has been amazing. The community shocked me this year. Like, the vast majority of the money we raised this year was on the first day. Which is insane. The community's like, haha, first day, have 500 quid. I'm like, what do you mean just have 500 quid? Which I've never seen before. I've never seen the community do that before. It was insane the first day. And like, I'm not expecting that to happen every day. I knew when that happened, that was like an anomaly, but I still massively appreciated it. And it also hit me in a way I was like, oh my God, I might actually die of joy. This is insane. But again, that doesn't happen without the folks like yourselves in the community, you know? Because at the end of the day, like, everything I do in this channel is just to kind of keep me somewhat sane. Like, I'm not doing this because inherently I get much out of it. I really fucking don't. But every year I'm able to like go into Pride and say, you know what, we're going to do some fucking good for a marginalized community and a community I care about, and that's what it comes down to. Like, I in the last 2 years I considered quitting streaming quite a bit, and it's these events that just sway me away from that decision, you know, and it's like, you know, every year this is kind of like where my like mental battery gets recharged for streaming. Going to lurk real quick. BRB, not a problem. Look after yourself, Sam. You look after yourself. Yes, you're right. Of course, Sir Emmerich. You should be content with what we've accomplished. My strepsil is lodged between my gums. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. But there is a matter of Iceheart's escape, and she cannot run forever. Whenever it takes days, weeks, or moons, even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Roaille, is the caravan already? The supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured, my knights will see them safely to Revenant's Toll. What the fuck's going on here? Of that I have no doubt. Oh, I don't need to charge my phone. What the fuck have I got the charger on for? Oh, don't fucking spill water. Almost fucking threw water all over my keyboard again. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House 4 Times caravan? Less the crystals, which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcity of a fraction of what was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. On to the unrelated note, Brothgar, might I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? Hey, Jermaine, you keeping well, 'cause I'm telling you. You're looking well. You're looking fantastic. 'Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I am told. I'm glad. I'm glad you're always looking fantastic. Men give vent to their anxieties in a myriad of ways. Pray not think less of him. I don't think less of him at all. I think it was quite kind of him to want to try and help me. I'm going to look my best for you next week. I can't wait, man. I can't wait. We'll have to get some drinks in. Obviously, we're going to go get some food. We'll have to get some drinks as well. Beverages of sauce? Beverages of sauce is a wild thing. It's like, yes, I will have a pint. I'll have a pint of sweet and sour. I need to go north. Pint of HP, please. Oh god, I think that would kill me. I think that would put me into hyperglycemia. Just the amount of sugar content now. I think HP sauce is quite sugary. I need to double check that actually. What were you thinking, Brothgar? What, wagering your very being on a dubious sphere which might allow you to enter the Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then engaging the abomination in Mortal Kombat. By the fury, Brothgar, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. What have been there for the fight at your side? Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder of the fate of a dear friend for the veritable eternity. I wish not such fortune on my most hated enemy. Mortal Kombat. 23 grams-ish per sugar per 100 grams. Is it enough to make is this enough to make it so I can do mouth to mouth problems? Okay, is that just the sugar content? Because you got to factor in this carbohydrates in general are factored into sugars, I guess, as well. I kind of worded it terribly. What's the pure carbohydrates? Because like when they do carbohydrates, they go of which is sugars, where the real affecting one is like just raw carbohydrates. But here you are now, and with that, what truly matters, let's move on. Sir Ermic wished to have words with you and Master Alphinaud in private. He waited us in Caesarea. Was I not just talking to that guy a minute ago? No, it's not. Okay. What's the full... Let me have a look. Let's see. So it's about 28. So it's about an additional 5 carbs per 100 grams, which honestly isn't that bad. All in. Like, you don't really eat 100 grams of HP sauce a given time. Like, 28 grams is the equivalent of like 2 slices of bread. It's not that much. Green, sir, I shall show you once. I've had to constantly, like, be able to do the internal math on that shit to keep to, like, a carb...
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest...
carb deficit, essentially. Or keep under a certain amount of carbs. Like, ideally, I'm doing well if I can keep under 90 carbs per day.
Never before have we been required to contend with a Primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task.
That's where potatoes come in. Potatoes are amazing. Like, potatoes for like 100 grams of potatoes, it's like 35 carbs per 100 grams of potatoes, which is amazing. Or 1/8 of American bread cake.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
That was the thing, like Subway in Ireland got done for basically not having bread because there was so much sugar that it qualified as a cake when it came to their subs.
The argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Oh, fuck off. Why you're not hitting 26 degrees next week. Fuck off. No. 26 degrees on fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. We are not built for that. That is insane. Just got a notification before. It's like, it's going to hit 26 next Tuesday. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing 26 in Ireland? Tops off then. It's apparently a rainy day, but 26 degrees. Not me having over half a loaf of toast yesterday, trying to lure pack butter. Tops off in beer. What was I gonna say? I mean, you're not diabetic, so it wouldn't matter.
Tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy.
Oh, so you actually might fucking...
You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose.
Never know what could be. I mean, if you ever have any concerns about it, you can always go to the doctor and find out. Laughs in 90 degrees Fahrenheit. What's that in Celsius? I'm not familiar with like the context and vibe numbers.
And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should
Freddy 2,
silence any
that's the
lingering
same.
objections to our arrangement.
I would turn to dust in Freddy 2. I would turn to dust. I would literally turn to dust. We are not built for that.
The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
Freddy 2.2222222. The 0.22222 is the amount of like mass that I will have existence after that endured temperature. I will die in that temperature. When it was 29 here, I could feel my soul sweat as well. Yeah. Fuck, it's the humidity. It's because of the humidity more than anything. Like, we can't escape the heat because the air around us becomes thick and laden with moisture. So it doesn't dissipate. It kind of just festers in this really soupy environment. Speaking of regional foods, I tried Marmite had order online, and I can say I love it. You're one of those people. Like, Marmite's one of those weird foods. They always talk about if you love it and hate it, and it's true. There's no people that are like meh on Marmite. They either really love it or really fucking hate it. I've never seen anyone who's neutral on Marmite. Here in Canada, sometimes we get 40 Celsius with 70 humidity. That sounds like hell on earth, Max. That sounds like hell on earth. We have free portable AC units in my parents' house just to keep a bit comfortable here. I wish I had an AC unit, Alvina. I wish I had one. I opted for a fan because it was cheaper, and it's doing the job, but it's going to get tested next Tuesday.
Doubtless needed elsewhere.
Go to my phone. It's 24 degrees with like 61% humidity where I am. Last I checked, I was 18 degrees here, but the humidity was like 85. It's apparently 17 now with a humidity of 95. Awesome. Awesome. Love to see an increase in humidity by 10%. Fucking hate it.
That will not be necessary.
You can have Marmite toast or on its own when lazy, but when I'm feeling fancy, I add other foods or cheese on toast. I've seen some people put cheese on, put it on cheese on toast.
In watching Dravania's movements.
I haven't had a wee fucking.
Once more, I must thank you.
Grilled cheese, Noel. I might need to get one of those again.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard's could return?
Marmite and a bacon sandwich is fucking chef's kiss. I'll let you enjoy that. You can enjoy that one for me.
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible.
I do.
I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
I also have a cold. I feel like I have a cold coming on, chat. My throat has been feeling rough. Headaches. Limb fucking aches. So I've been on the old strepsils and painkillers. Well, I say painkillers. Paracetamol for the headaches.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies.
Only small amount of flavors, sweet fatty bacon and savory marmites.
Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
You've been called out what you're doing. We're not stupid.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights?
I don't like the Ishgardians. They're assholes.
One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is?
I don't know. You're going to tell me clearly.
Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
So then she needs to fucking calm her ham and stop acting like he was not called out on a very obvious thing.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
I don't trust her ever.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences.
I feel like we are the ones doing it. You are the ones that seem to still be overly guarded.
Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Why did she look at me and then suddenly like look away, like side eye, like I can't look him in the eye. I can't look him in the eye. He's got such a kind face. I can't look his kind face in the eye. That's my interpretation of it anyway.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone.
Fuck's sake. I was not expecting to read that. From the Herofis. Fuck's sake.
Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you.
Oh God, fuck's sake, man.
Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
You should expect someone to say something like that eventually. You know you're out. I mean, I'm used to them saying out-of-pocket weird bullshit. It's more about the timing than anything, you know? It's like, A, timing. Like, I never know when it's going to happen. B, the specific phrasing. Like, he could have went, she clearly wants your dick. Or, she's looking red. It's more the phrases than anything else. It's like, again, you know, it's not about necessarily the theme, it's the fucking specific words.
Certainly.
Oh.
In times such as trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem.
Sam, what the fuck happened there? You said you were gonna... Sam, please tell me you did not put yourself into any difficult financial situations. Sam, I love the bones of you as well. I just thought you said you were going to get paid next month, so I'm like, please tell me you didn't put yourself out of pocket to cover that, because that would, or not out of pocket, but you know what I mean, in financial difficulties to do that. It's massively appreciated, but Jesus fucking Christ. That's actually a new record. That's actually a new record. We've just hit a new record. Last year, we ended on 810. We've just smashed it by $10 already. We've just smashed it by $10 already. I give it a can. I would give more. You've already give so much, Sam. You've already give so much. I would never, in a million years, expect you to give more than you already have there now. It's again. It's two stress goals were just hit right away. That's insane. I have to now create another stress goal. I didn't have one in the bank. I now have to create a new one. Because we've never raised this much money in a single month. We've never done this before, chat. In previous years, I've raised, like, you know, I think I want to say prior to this, I raised like 600 one year. Last year was 810. Now we're up to 820. It's insane. That's insane. Again, we could not do this if I people like yourselves in chat just doing amazing work for an amazing charity. For now, it's just, Sam, never worry about it not being enough, or like, even if you only give £1, it was £1 more than the charity started off with, and goes to just an amazing cause. The fact that you've dropped like £110 today is insane. It's insane. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. And I love you to pieces for it. I love you to pieces for it. I am... Fucking hell. Sam, you heard the calls. Yeah, 100%, Max, 100%. Anything for a good cause, because I know that if you stand for it with your name, it's good. I appreciate that that endorsement. I appreciate that endorsement, Sam. You know, it's one of those ones where, like, you know, I appreciate that endorsement, person. It's one of those things we were given when we originally started to do as part of the stream team, when we were doing, because like the whole stream team does it for context chat. The whole stream team gets involved in the donations. We operate two different areas. We operate Europe and we operate the Americas in our stream team, and so we try to cover at least one charity per continent. When we originally started doing the charity work a few years ago, it was one of those ones where we tried to work out who we wanted to raise money for. And we had some options like Trevor Project and stuff. There was, because we wanted to make sure, obviously, during Pride, we were raising money for a Pride-related charity. And it made the most sense for us to, like, pick trans charities, because while there's definitely marginalization that happens across the board in regards to, you know, queer folk in general, the reality is that like the ones that usually get targeted the most and the ones that are usually in the crosshairs the most directly and the most, you know, at the mercy of vitriol the most and at the mercy of like basically being politicized in their identities the most are trans folks, because you have awful human beings out there that like to use them as a form of like boogie person. And so it made the most sense for us to do it that way, and it's one of those decisions that I've stood by year on year, because the reality is it's like the temperature hasn't in any way moved down in that regard. If anything, it's just it feels like the pressure cooker's only been turned up year on year, which always makes what we do on Pride Month feel that much more important. And again, we couldn't do anything like this without our wonderful communities. I know based off of the internal communications in the Pajama Party, the last we checked, I think there was a cumulative amount of, I think, £2,000 or $2,000 raised for Trans Lifeline. So cumulatively, there's been, as thanks to our stream team, we've raised $2,000 for Trans Lifeline. In regards to, just double checking now, in regards to mermaids this year, we have raised, I'm just seeing if I can get a total here. Across the team for mermaids, we've raised £1,007 for mermaids. So across the board, just for trans charities alone, the Pajama Party has raised over $3,000 bucks for trans charities. And again, none of this could be achieved without the support, love, and generosity of our communities. And again, I just want to thank you all so much for that there, because again, we can't do this without you. You know, we can only do so much, but it's the strength of the community that actually makes this happen every year. And it means the world to us when we see this happen. So again, thank you so much. It means the absolute world to me. And I often feel a little disjointed when I have to like move on from the subject, because I guess it's kind of hard for me to try and feel like I can punctuate the point. So yeah, if I ever see stilted when I stop talking about something like this here, it's mainly because I just don't know how to punctuate how I feel in a way that feels, you know, genuine, you know. Hey God, you keep well? Because I'm telling you, you're looking well. We're going to be joined by Kat tomorrow, as well as Shan. We're going to be playing through some Left 4 Dead 2 together. Folks, just a reminder, myself, Kat, and Shan will be blasting up all of the, well, we say zombies. We might have some mods on that make them not so zombie-looking zombies. But yeah, so I love also seeing the trans love flags in the chat. Fucking phenomenal. Don't worry, it's a gaming channel. You're doing great, honey. I appreciate it, Sam. You're an absolute sweetheart, an absolutely beautiful person. Oh, I love to see it. We love to see the rainbow as well. We love to see the gay pride rainbow as well. But yeah, so one of those ones where, again, if I ever like feel a bit flat in my punctuation of my when I talk about stuff, it's just I don't know how to necessarily always end the conversation or end the discussion in a way that feels right, and often leaves me like kind of, I guess, flustered in a way. We love these flags. We got what's that? We got the pride. We got the bi flag. We got the gender fluid flag. We got the non-binary flag, and we also got the lesbian flag as well. And big shout out to asexual folks as well. They get overlooked so fucking much. Our ace friends in the queer community get overlooked so fucking much, and I just want to like give a special shout out to those folks, because you know, it's so easy for people just to overlook the bullshit that ace folks go through, especially when their position in queer communities is questioned, which is fucking diabolical, but it happens. And I just want to, you know, give a big shout out to them and let them know they're seen, because, you know, they mean the world to us. They're one of us, you know. Don't push too much pressure yourself. It didn't seem that way. Well, I appreciate it, Sam. I appreciate it.
The results of our investigation into the Heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
There's a fucking thing on my screen that I keep forgetting to script off.
Faith, my friend?
Well, I still don't have faith because I still don't trust this guy. Because I don't trust anyone in fucking Ishgard because they all seem like fucking backstabbing zealots. Still waiting on my pride badge from Twitch. Have they not given you a pride badge? Like, is there a badge to be had? Monk, what? We seem to have much to discuss with our friends in the Rising Stones, and if what you say is true, Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reprisal of the primal threat and of those who approach and combating it. Moreover, there is grave ramifications in the word that this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes the Primals are an insufferable menace, and that their mere existence is a threat to the very star. As such, they deem action against any of the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then, if they became known not only to the beast tribes of Eorzea, but the common primals, but the civilized people as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come now, Brofgar. It is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. I think so. I fell asleep and it was there in my inbox. Oh, interesting. Okay. I need to go to Mordona. Nope. Oh, I'm already there. Why would I teleport to that one? Right, let's see where this... I think if we get 10 quests done today, chat, I'll consider it lucky. I don't think we'll get 10. I don't think we'll get 10 MSQ quests done today. But we'll see. We'll see. I started off needing 33 with 33 left. If I get to 23, I'm concerned how to win for the day. But I don't think we're gonna get there. But we'll see.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole.
Oh, I did see a message earlier already in the voice chat. This room currently houses 2 people who kept their original ARR voices, VAs, after ARR. Oh, that's interesting, Rando. Sorry, I did read that earlier, but then forgot to read it out loud. I read it internally, and then as soon as I got to Benfilia, I was like, here's this terrible voice actor again. And then I was like, wait, I didn't acknowledge Rando's comment earlier. There's 2 more MSQ until the trial roadblock. Okay. Ermic and... oh, did they keep their voices? Their VAs. That's intriguing. Oh, that's a cool badge. I want that badge. How did I get that badge? I want that badge. I'm genuinely looking forward to seeing what Memphilia's voice actor's like.
Account of that which
Changed.
occurred in Curthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it.
Just like no harm to the girl, and again I think it's just down to maybe the time frame they had to do the lines in and the lack of voice direction, but just some of her delivery is so flat, and I tried to be like understanding of it, and I still do, but Jesus, it's so flat sometimes.
Excellent. I shall summon the others at once.
Ermic and Horishfont. I do like their voice actors. I'm kind of glad they still get retained. I totally agree, to be honest. Whoever's fault it is, it just falls flat, like you say. Yeah, I disagree.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for
This is her little only credit on IMDb. Right, so she never done voice acting before then. Okay. It's not nice to describe Minfilia as so flat. Are we talking about in the chest region? Because I'm not talking about her tits. I'm talking about her delivery on her voice. I'm very aware she's rocking a set of tits that are not flat. Maybe it's her. It could be her as well. It's one of those things where, like, I don't know enough about the voice actress to make comment on her ability outside of this role, and you never know. Like, from what even people that one of the reasons why I say it might be the direction and the time frame as well is that I know Taliesin Jaffe is the voice of Thancred, and I would argue that Talison's delivery and Talison's work is not as strong as either, and Taliesin has a ton of credits to his name, and so I would argue Talison's not doing his best work. I would argue that, you know, Sam Riegel, who does Alphinaud, not doing his best work, and again, those are folks that have a slew of credits, like long as your arm, and have delivered great work in the past, and even their voice work in this is not what I would say in any great capacity. They're good work on their parts. Like, it's serviceable because they are that good, but even then you can tell this is definitely not their best work, and you could argue that could be down to A, the lack of direction, and B, the lack of time to do it. So that's why I try to give her that same level of, you know, understanding, because even if it is her first role and her only role in IMDb, it'd be unfair for me to have those criticisms and justify those criticisms towards Sam and Taliesin and not her as well.
Master Louis Soir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was
But hey,
Primal?
Geeky, hope you keep well, because I'm telling you, you're looking well. I really wish SE went back and revoiced ARR.
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglemog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
I wish too as well. I wish they would as well, but I can see why they don't. Like, especially with like the Road to 90 buff and stuff. I imagine that they are aware that a large part of their player base doesn't really.
Of more concern is the
A large part of their
implication
player
that
base probably
Iceheart
don't spend
retained
much
her
time
will
here.
even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal wielding the power of a primal.
I'm up to 44 on Bard, trying to get up to 50. If you've got the Road to 90 buff, that's doable in a few dungeons.
Easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not, but full sure am I that she was groomed for this role.
Oh yeah, it would be an unpopular notion given that the original actress was horribly murdered with her kids.
Few are privy to the secrets of
So I get that as well.
But a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same.
Yeah, it really does
only
suck,
as
Eris. It shocked me when I found out, but it sucks.
Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Me, especially from this game, is one of my fixations. I went looking for her and we found her website where she offers yoga and Pilates instruction. I don't remember which. But she also offers acting coaching, where she lists within her skills as British accent, RP. And I was like, where? She's aimed for British and landed in mid-Atlantic. Yeah, I don't think it's British. If that was what she was going for Minfilia, nah, that's poor renditions of a British accent, if I'm honest. And I would agree there. 100% rando. I find the quest in ARR to be a bit tedious, and it's hard to understand why am I doing some of the stuff, Sue. We need to go talk to the Criminal Bob. Criminal Bob, I ain't telling you nothing about our secret base in the forest. So there's a secret base in the forest. Yeah, like some of it is like legwork, right? And I 100% agree with the criticisms in that regard to some of the AR questline stuff. Like a lot of the post-AR stuff I was talking about earlier, I feel more like a dignitary than an adventurer right now, which feels a little bit like odd at time to time. It's pacing wise, it's a little weird, but I forgive it because I also, where it does slump a little bit, I do appreciate the amount of world building they do, and I do appreciate that information because I kind of love world building. So I get it, but I'm also kind of like, we can't have the nice stuff unless we understand the nice stuff, and I guess that's AR's role. Also, it's not Yugiri's AR VA. It was her. They recast her. They recast her during the. They recast her during the Heavensward patches. Wait, so how many people have done Yugiri's VA stuff?
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back.
3 of them? Oh shit! Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fascinating.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think.
That's not British.
Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path?
Maybe that's why her delivery's flat.
The origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
That may be why her voice is flat at times on the delivery, because she's trying so hard to maintain her faux Britishness, and it's not allowing her to like enunciate and deliver on certain phrases with the weight that they need. Sounds like a TikToker pretending a little bit, Sam, yeah. Something to give the cast in the game credit on. Fallout 4, Nick is voiced by the guy who sounds good. Then in the DLC, Nick is an important character and Nick's voice actor comes back, but nobody on the team helped him resume the same voice. So the voice lines are so jarring that when he's speaking in DLC lines right next to his base game lines, I was not aware of that. But then again, I've not really gotten that far into Fallout 4 to have noticed that. But interesting. Also, that must be fucking horrific to play then when you hear that. Her ARR voice VA is British, but US based, like Eorzea ARR VA. So they're both got recast for Heavensward. Wait, so are you telling me that like Menphilia's VA, who's right now, is British? Because she doesn't sound it. She sounds like a Yank trying to be a Brit. Her being Yugiri's VA. Okay. I thought you meant we were talking about Menphilia for a second. At least that shift from Fallout 4 doesn't happen here. Yeah, no, that's true. That's true, because like companions in Fallout do tend to be chatty cafes, so like that would be fucking jarring. Not Menphilia, no. I got so confused for a second, Rando.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
I do like Eorzea voice actor though. I mean, I hate having to read his fucking lines out, but because they're just so fucking flowery in his delivery. But I do like his voice actor's voice.
Midgard Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Also, it's fascinating y'all fought. Well, not y'all. One of yous thought I was saying she was flat when she's fucking packing that. It's like, that's not flat. I know tits when I see them. Gideon Emery. I think his name is CMVA, that the region lord from the blood. Oh, that just scratched my brain a little bit because I'm not. Yeah. No, that's as soon as you mentioned the blood elves from WoW, I was like, okay, that's scratching my brain memories a little bit. That just blew some dust off of a memory there. That's why I said it wasn't vertical. I mean, I wasn't referring to her chest. Balfier? What's Balfier, sorry? Oh, he's also in Final Fantasy VII, is Balfier. Oh! The remakes? I assume it has to be the remakes. They weren't voiced in the original. No, wait, that's not 7. That's 12. That's 12. I read the numerals wrong. That's 12. I'm not familiar with 12. And as soon as you said Balfier, I was like, I don't recall a Balfier in 7. I was like, is that a character I've forgotten in the years? No, I just haven't played 12. Whereas nowadays, it wouldn't be killing the primals in it mush. Fuck's sake. Nymph, I'd fucking scream if that's what they said back to me. Speaking of flat chests, I find it so amusing that Lala girls have a breast slider like all the other female characters, but their slider effectively does nothing. I didn't know that. Never went to Career Lalafell. Today I learned. Not sure how video would be going for British. She's meant to be like Alamegan Highlander, which I don't think English is one of the inspiration. No, I wouldn't have pegged like English to be like Alamegan in its like influences. The breast letters is actually beasting size. Allegedly, it does with some outfits. Alamegan's Northern Brits in the expansions.
Ascians,
oh, are they?
And Midgard Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Just a bunch of Scouse people in Alamega. Oh yeah, little here, little beast things need love too. You know, I encourage tit love of all sizes. Be it bee stings or bazookas, they all deserve love. More Yorkshire than Scouse. Oh, okay. Is Yorkshire in the north? Admittedly, my knowledge of where Yorkshire is in the UK is very low. All tits are good tits, Sam. You're 100% right about that. People say one of the people sound like Sean Bean. I look forward to hearing the Sean Bean-esque character. What weapon crit is this? Level 110. I'm going to hold off opening you because I think I'd be better off opening on a character who has a crap weapon compared to what I have for now. Yorkshire mentioned, I'll make you all a cuppa. I appreciate it, Nymph. I appreciate it. Wee cuppa does you right. Love a wee cuppa. They're usually culture comparison you see for Alamegos. It's Turkey. Okay. Interesting. I used to call my Geordie friend a Southerner because she's to the south of me, Scotland, and she didn't like it. I mean, admittedly, you're not wrong. Anything below Scotland is technically south, which must infuriate the English folks from the north. Sean Bean just sounds like dying noises, right, Jay? I would agree. I mean, he's most famous for dying. I think the role that I enjoy him a lot in, and I rarely hear people talk about it, is his role as 006 in GoldenEye. I thought he was a great foil to Pierce Brosnan in that movie. Game of Thrones ass behavior. Anything south of us is south. I mean, yeah, he was good as 006, yeah. I mean, to scour the annals of the knowledge of the Midgard Stormer, given the great age, I dare say it happens to appear more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside? Would you see what ought it is? Ought is miss, sorry. I watched GoldenEye like about late last year, and I was like, yeah, Sean Bean's are really fucking good in this. Hadn't watched it in like years. He's really fucking good in it. Rothgard, 'tis well you're on hand. We have a problem. Roaille has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming to trial, but apparently accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens reporting that Roaille quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with the bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for the Castor Meridium. I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea is good as sealed, what recourse would she have but to flee to her imperial masters? As we speak, Captain Ilbert in the first hot on Roaille's heels. Pray make haste to the Camp Blue Frog and join the hunt. I will. Why you? What do you mean, why you? I'm confused. Fun thing you can do to mess with people, refer to anything north of obvious down, i.e. I'm going down to Canada. This works because north is up as arbitrary as it can be as well to down. That's true. That's true. YU. Oh, it sounds like YU. I was YU. Yeah, I was informed like it's pronounced like Roaille, I believe, or maybe I'm still mispronouncing it. Some of these names are not great on my dyslexia, and the chat does their best to help me where possible, but there is times where I will just butcher names or outright look at a name and I go, that's a cool name. You're now not going to be acknowledged in this conversation with your name. You're just going to be skipped over when your name is mentioned, but I'll still read the rest of it. I need to go to Camp Blue Frog. Right there. There's even a quest called the Reasonable Roaille. The Reason Roaille. Interesting. I will say, I don't make that joke with every Northern Englander. My Scouse friend doesn't get it, but specific friend earned it. So what level are you up to on the MSQ quests? I am in the level 50 range, in regards to like levels. So like the MSQ quests are pretty much in the level 50 vicinity, if that's what you're asking. Like the reason why you. My thank you for coming, Sion. I've spoken with the soldiers. They say that Roaille walked through the camp and not a bell ago, and she walked right through. She did not miss her. We have Rahoban's decision to keep the matter secret. Thanks for that. Bad for morale, he said, and as a result, not a single flame in the garrison will attempt to detain her. And so here we are. Roaille must be not allowed to reach Castor Meridium. Meridianum. Yes, that's why I'm asking. Yeah, so it's like level 50 at the minute. We're in the level 50 quest still. I am going to take a punishment by the looks of things. A couple of quests before he hits patch 2.5 post-ARR. I am going to have to take, unless I can muster up a bunch of like, I think the number I would need is 12 phenomenal souls to help me through the Alliance raids in an unsynced fashion. I'm going to have to take a punishment into the next expansion. Roaille. I think I would have just pronounced it as Royale. You know, I didn't even think of that there, Sam, and I'm kicking myself for it now. French names are fucking funny. I wouldn't even attempt to pronounce it. I mean, in reality, if I wasn't streaming the game, I'd be in the same position, but because I'm streaming, I kind of have to, sadly. Those bastards have got me by the fucking gizzards that way. I need to leave the party. I will entrust the party to a kind young man called Monk while I do this quest, because I have to go into an instance. It's French though, and it's voiced in the cutscenes. Just leave it at R. This wretch was with Roaille. He threw himself at us with the mistress right to escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down. Not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own. The goddamn harpy spits on and goes. With me, Scion. We almost have her. Like ravioli. Oh, don't threaten me for good food. If it's French, just vomit and say it out loud. You're not wrong though. Speaking of saying things are right or wrong, I always hate when the game isn't voiced and acted in a bunch of fantasy names and people tell you that you've said something in the name wrong. It can be frustrating. I find, yeah, I do find that frustrating. No, 100%. Like, it is frustrating. I find it kind of frustrating as well because, like, I'm fucking dyslexic. I'm doing my best here. Like, I'm doing my best. Made ravioli is lush. I do love me some ravioli. 1 second, I smash through these guys' back doors in. I am the backdoor basher. Feel my penis. I am taking not any damage at all now that I think about it. I'm just gonna hammer her until she's dead. Because no one seems to be trying to stop me, so. And I'm doing big damn right now because I popped my cooldown, so. Okay, well, she's not dying anymore, so I'm going to try and take some of the heat off these lads a little bit. Lads, come on at me. I dare yous. Big lazy sod. Here. They won't stop coming, chat. I never lie. There we go. I am the backdoor basher, feel my penis. God, someone tell me how to add quotes again. I can add that one for you. Our mods are AFK today because reasons that I can't really discuss. But they'll be back soon. I finally got to that point in MSQ where the elf twin boys say Enterprise engage. Oh god. When you reach the NAR, I can chronicle your predictions from what will happen in Heavensward so that we might look back at... Yeah, of course, yeah. Won't let you know if you're right or wrong, just to wait to see yeah, no, here, that's cool. I'll happily give you some perspective on what I think is going to happen, and if you want to document it and then let me know how close I was, remind me of it when we're at the end of Heavensward, yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you, love that, not a problem. Happy to do it for you, Sam, happy to do it for you. Other mods are on gay vacation, aren't they? I love you too, Sam, I love you too. Yes, well, one is, like, on gay vacation, another one is sick, and the others are God knows, but the regulars that usually be in are sick or on very gay vacations. Bind her and do it tight. Okay, my guy. Bind her and do it tight. She's a prisoner of war. Remember, oh wait, this is not Geneva. There's no Geneva in this game. Yes, sir. I was about to tell him to conform to the Geneva Convention and remember we're not in the real world. Good work, man. I mean, all she's done is, like, proven her guilt at this point. She and her Imperial cronies pushed us close, but we were better. Behold, a respectful officer of the Immortal Flames, people looked up to you and as one of their Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see her fallen, you see you fallen so low. And what would you know of low, you a spoiled little lordling who has never known of any want? People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it's your gods given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice of low-born Guardians must endure, and the noble lords and ladies, we are not people but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to do to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. Jesus. It's no fault of mine if fools imagined me as a paragon when I joined the Flames. Okay, I wasn't expecting her to be so directly active about going, yeah, I slung posts. What of it? Oh shit, that's why Hunter's been so active on Tumblr. He's been very gay on his cation. He's been super gay about it. Hope they're alright, all the mods. Hope they get better soon. Yeah. They'll be okay. I've been keeping in touch with them, right? Both of them, well, I say both of them regularly. So, shouldn't be any worries there. In any case, Rogan Roman himself was born into poverty, and as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was a constant companion, yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortunes. We accepted the hand that was been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle, aye, but no matter what fate would foray us, we took it on the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true that we are both mercenaries of lowly birth, and it is true that we both had our fair share of struggles, but whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught us one thing is that you'd never betray your own, I would soon cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. I'll return to Ul'dah. You return to Ul'dah to face justice, and then the people whose trust you've been dragged through the gutter. Yeah, like she's basically said, oh, I want to join this universe's version of Nazis. Let's just do that. Don't look down at me. I had a hard life. I don't care you had a hard life. They're fucking Nazis. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis well that we sorted business is finally at an end. Wait, who said that? Rayon was like, oh, so easy for y'all to be like judge me for like, you know, doing this and going over to the Garleans. It's like I had to fight and like steal and sell myself to get where I was. Like, you know, basically saying like I was given like, you know, a hard run at life, and she was valid. However, signing up to the Garleans, who are basically the fascists of this game, is not exactly what I would say the go-to when it comes to like justifying her actions. So yeah, I'm kind of like, miss, no, shut up. Hope they're alright. Oh, alright, that. Apologies. A friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our allies more wisely than Robin chose his. Jeez, I'm gonna level up here. Because that's right on the precipice. Although it's gonna send me a cutscene first.
Heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, she can get a fucking grip. She should try working in retail. Oh, here's this piece of shit.
No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Roban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while.
Preminger from Barbie? What? I don't think I have the context. It's a temporary setback. I had a hard life, so I joined a party of face-eating leopards. They promised me that they won't eat my face. Yeah, exactly, right?
Nanamo unamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
I hate this guy. I hope I get a chance to punt this potato into the fucking sun. Wait, I'll look it up. That sound, I think I know it. Tempest Cape was merely a setback. Right, I have to spin the wheel. I can't stay on warrior anymore. Let's have a look. What is that animation? What the fuck? Ignore the text to it. The guy who spoke sounded just like him. That is culture, actually. Fit failed. I didn't even try to do your fit. Shut up. Right, time to spin the wheel to figure out what I'm going to play now going forward. We don't really have many options, chat. It's essentially we have two options. I mean, there's a third option there where I get the pick, but the reality is there's two fucking options. It's either ninja or red mage. And if you all want to put any more, if you want to put any more, I'll give you a minute if you want to spend channel points to weigh the decision in any specific direction. I'll let you do so. I'll give you a minute to do that there. But yeah, yeah. I don't have exactly what you'd call options. Far from it. The options are a concept, not a reality. %, red mage. It's more than 50% when you kind of look at the odds. There's like 4 red mage to like 2 ninja. If you took out like the PvG pick swings, it's probably closer to like what, 66% chance red mage. Maybe actually 70. You want to add samurai? Samurai we'll put it in the backlog because my samurai is currently in the old jail for now, but I'll put that on the backlog for you there, Harry. That's not a problem at all. Anyone else want to put any more things onto the job wheel? It's looking like I might have to avail of a punishment. And again, the punishment, if I have to go over 51 in any of the characters, is that for the amount of levels I go over 51 before I get into Heavensward, I'm adding that amount of additional entries to the job wheel for the crafters and grabbers. So, for example, if by the end of ARR and I've spent all of the XP I can, and suddenly like samurai or ninja goes up to like 54 or something, I will then add instead of doing 1 entry for all of the crafters and grabbers, I'll have to put in 4 or 3, whatever it is. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Oh my god, I forgot what your red alert GIF was. It's my ultimate move. Do you not see my ultimate move? It's like they don't see it coming, they come at me. Also, welcome on in, folks. By the way, my name is John PVG, streamer here on the Pajama Party. We're currently going through some Final Fantasy 14. I'll explain what that fucking spinning wheel is in a second, but I need to explain my amazing. It's my ultimate move. They come at me. They're like, evil in their eyes, a sense of foreboding. Me, there, confused, bewildered. But then, you know what happens? I give them the special move. I give them one of these. Shield my eyes from the obvious blast range, but I give him one of these.
Are you ready for this?
Heyo, folks, welcome on in. Thank you very much, Mick, for the rage. Absolutely stellar. Absolute sweetheart. Welcome on in, folks. You don't know who I am. I'm John, PVG. Play a bunch of different games. We're currently on our Final Fantasy 14 run at the minute. The wheel you see right now, I'll explain in a little bit of a second. I'm also one of the streamers at the Pajama Party. We are raising money for mermaids. I know our lovely friends have been raising money for Trans Lifeline. I do believe I believe they may have been raising money for both charities. But now it looks like a stupid ad break. The ad break has decided to hate crime me. So the ad break is just hate crime to me. I'm going to put it in the chat. Yeah, another one to the... Was it the Bard? I did see the Bard get added as well. My Bard is also at 51. It's only 2 jobs I haven't leveled to 51 so far. It's only 2 jobs I haven't leveled to 51 so far. So I did bank it. I did bank it for you, Hairiness. The only thing we have, right? So if I go back to the game screen here, right? The only options I literally have is Ninja or Red Mage. Literally all I have. Every single one is 51. Every single one is 51. I am in a perilous position where, again, I only have 2 jobs I can currently do based on our challenge requirement. And all the other jobs are currently too high to be unlocked at the minute, yeah. So I'm in a perilous position because of Road to 90 buff. So yeah. Just waiting for the ads to go so we can welcome in our lovely raiders. You never know, some of them might be Twitch Turbo folks. And if you are a Twitch Turbo folks, or if you have some means to get around those pesky ads, hello. I do massively appreciate you coming over, but I do want to welcome you all in your entireties. And I can't do so until these pesky ads are away, which is frustrating as all hell. So just waiting for that noise to go away. It's always when we're getting like an amazing raiders coming in that the ad timer's like, here, what if I do it now? I'm like, what if you don't? Wait, isn't Blue Mage available at this stage? Technically yes, but I'm holding off on adding Blue Mage to my wheel till Shadowbringers, just so there's like plenty of stuff to do, because Blue Mage technically doesn't really have much in the way of like the ability to do MSQ and stuff. So I've been holding off on putting Blue Mage into the wheel till a bit later when we have like a substantial amount of stuff to do. But yes, welcome on in, folks. Apologies you got hit by that ad. It seems like Mr. Jeffrey Bezos, when he's not absolutely, just coveting his rocket, and you can make whatever you want from that there, is then just sending unnecessary ad breaks when you lovely folks come in. Hey, Sai, you keep well, because I'm telling you, looking well. And again, thank you very much, Sean and Mick, for the lovely raids. For folks who are coming in for the first time and seeing who I am, I'm John, PVG. I am a I would say a variety streamer. I play variety games, but we're on our Final Fantasy run at the minute, Final Fantasy 14. I am currently raising money for mermaids as part of our Pajama Party fundraiser across the above. I know wonderful folks like Shan and Mick. I do believe they were raising money for Trans Lifeline, but I think Mick may have also been doing some mermaids. I'm not 100% sure. But they've been doing that as well. So I'm at the minute doing stuff for mermaids and all that good stuff. So yeah, I hope you all have just been having a lovely Thursday, and no doubt you just had a phenomenal time watching them two peaking it in peak. But yes, I hope you all just having a lovely day. It's funny, the Road to 90 buff is actually another unofficial obstacle to overcome. Yeah. The Road to 90 buff is an unofficial obstacle to overcome. I am trying my best to overcome it, but it is proven difficult. But we have some stuff in the works, in the plans in the future. But yes, we're playing through Final Fantasy 14 at the minute. I play through Final Fantasy 14 with a unique specific rule set. It's kind of like a challenge rule set that was designed by Mr. Johnson, our wonderful queer creator who plays a lot of Final Fantasy stuff. So if you want to check out our Irish queer creator, you can do so at the following place. Well worth your time. And he devised the rule system that we are going through at the minute. We have a specific challenge where I cannot go past any of the jobs past a certain level, depending on what expansion I'm on. Because I'm on base game, I can't level a job past 51. So as a result, I have to then at any point when I hit 51, change the job via wheel spin. Now, that wheel spin has happened so many times. As you can see on my screen, all the available jobs I have already gotten up to 50, which means I am in a perilous position where I'm trying to complete the main story quest that would allow me to get in the next expansion without going in and past 51. It's quite the challenge. The whole challenge is made even more chaotic because while I have to spin at 51, at any point as well, people in the chat with enough channel points can just spin the wheel for me as well and force me to spin it, which has happened a few times where some people went, oh, I see you're doing some main story quests. Well, how about we spin you back to level 1 and then you have to level back up till you're at the right level to do story quests again. And so that's happened a few times. As you can see, that's why we are currently just, so leveled up in all of our available jobs, and we're at a minute here where we literally have 2 jobs left that I have access to level up, and it's becoming to the point where I'm in a bit of a perilous situation. To describe it simply is that if I push any job past the 51 mark, I'll do a Hydra free now. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God, my back cracked a bit there. Oh, thank you very much, Sam. You're an absolute sweetheart. Absolute sweetheart. But we have a challenge because if I go over the 51 mark, for every, in the next expansion, I have to then add the other jobs. And the other jobs I haven't added at the minute are like crafting jobs that don't allow me to do the story, but can take up a lot of time. Now, I haven't added them in yet, but as a punishment, if I do go over the challenge levels, for each level I go over the challenge level trying to get MSQ done, I'm going to add the amount of levels I went over 51 to basically make it the default amount of the actual entries for each of the crafters and gatherers, thus making the challenge for me to try and complete this game even more difficult when I have to spin the wheel. So this method, this challenge run, is punishment, but punishment in a fun way. Imagine like you took the concept of BDSM and put it into your Final Fantasy, sans the typical fun parts where the costumes and toys become involved. Or you could argue there's costumes and toys, they're just digital. But anyway, I hope you've came in at a time where I have to spin the wheel, and I have 2 options. And I'm going to figure it. I've also got the third option where I get to pick. Some lovely viewers have said, John, we want you to have the option at times where you just get to pick. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'll do that. Reality is, I got 2 options here. You may see there's actually more entries for certain jobs. The chat can also spend channel points to increase the amount of entries of a specific job is in there as well. So the reason why you're seeing like 4 red mages is because people are like, you know what? I want a higher chance of seeing you do that there. Digital blue balls. I won't blue ball you any longer. Don't you worry. It's spinning. Chat, I think I might just do red mage today. I don't know. I think it might be red mage. Oh, would you look at that? How did it end up in red mage? So that's what we're playing now, which means I have to take all of the red mages out because, well, actually, I'm not even going to take all the red mages out. I don't even have any other way to spin it after that point, so I'm not even going to bother. Red mage time. I must admit, the way you and Johnson's play this game is quite interesting. I'd be tempted to start on our alts to see how easy it would be to not overcap. I like red mage as well. I like red mage as well. Nymph, honestly, the system that Johnson's created has made this playthrough so much fun because I could have just dungeon crawled my way to 100, but you learn nothing of the lore, you learn nothing of the world. You don't see half the game doing that, where this system here forces us to like do all the gold quests, do the hunts, check out PvP, check out Palace of the Dead, check out all of the other different systems in the game, and I genuinely believe makes for a more interesting approach to like seeing the game in its full rather than just defaulting on a dungeon crawl. And don't get me wrong, I like dungeon crawl, but like when there's so much game, it'd be a shame to not see it. Right, let's switch over to red mage. My red mage outfit admittedly isn't the standard one, because I think the red mage outfit that it starts with looks like trash. I think I'll stick to the I'm not a masochistic style gameplay. I mean, I'm enjoying it. Like, if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do the system, you know? That's the way I look at it. I need to remind myself on how to do this again. So it's like, cast that to... Cast... Yeah, because you cast that to then get the insta cast, and then when I get the melee, I can do the melee. Okay. Just trying to remember how this plays again, because I haven't played this this job in weeks. Right. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances that miraculously escaped. When we've completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings to General Robin and see what shall be at the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stones and the praise Mephilia of what happened. I am aware the antecedent is held Roaille in high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how the tale ends. Between streams, it might be a good idea to go to striking domain practice with the different jobs so you can drop straight into him as the role. I considered that, but I think part of the fun is kind of like switching into something and not know what I'm doing for the first half an hour. Just kind of doing that there, because like, in my opinion, people want to see your journey, and if I'm doing stuff like that there, it kind of takes away from the journey a little bit. Like things like going to the gold saucer and making money, that's not necessarily important to the journey, but like me understanding the classes feels like something that's akin to the journey, if you know what I mean. Right, I need to go to... Like, where I can, I want to try and, like, keep a lot of that stuff on the stream. It's one of the reasons why I, like, don't do anything off stream, like, not the gold quest or anything. I want to just have it so, like, it feels like you are seeing the journey with me. Guys, it's been lovely, but I'm going to have to go. I'll leave you on lurk, but I'll be heading to bed now. Got to get out of the bed early. Hope you can make it to another stream soon, but I'll definitely be back. Keep fighting a good fight. Will do, Sam, and as always, it's an absolute delight and joy to see you again. I hope you just look after yourself. I'm glad that you're finding joy in your own space and that you're able to kind of just, you know, be yourself. That's so important, and it's just great talking to you today. You look after yourself, and I'll speak to you soon. Do I have any gear upgrades? I do. I do have some gear upgrades. Okay. Right. Yeah, because I cast that there, which then... Yeah, okay. I might need to go to the target dummies and practice again, but we'll see. We'll see.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphinaud. To think that Flame Marshal Roaille was the Garlean agent.
Roaille?
I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Eline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the Primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then.
Yeah, but like, she probably had the same zeal against Primals that the Garleans had, so I don't really want to fucking... Yeah, whatever.
But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Asians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled.
I'm just looking back at her with my leather outfit on.
My thanks for coming, friends. Moenbryda, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls.
But you didn't say that before. If you did, I may have misheard you and didn't hear you, but that's intriguing.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether.
Right.
Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
Right.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Hebrea.
During that encounter, Hydaelyn bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Hebrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
Twould seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auracite.
I like her hair.
With some help. Eorzea, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
I think Eorzea, she wanted help with you peeling off her panties, but, you know...
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
She was taking no for an answer there, Chad.
While you were afield, word arrived.
Oh,
from
100%. 100% Angus. Eorzea ain't about that rogueusy.
You will recall that a settlement was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Vow. What they discovered was troubling.
Bananas and pajamas. Thank you very much for the 136. Is that 36? Yes, the 136. Massively, massively appreciate it, Paul. I do like Moen. Moen does seem lovely, though.
According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
You're welcome. No, I knew it was you. I knew it was you.
Aye. Yet the mystery endeth not with the isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
Yes.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All
Is she a Rogadin?
indications suggest Asian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the dark beings call the one true God.
Oh, yeah. Yes, okay.
We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Okay. Curry. 5 mention. Oh, not here again. I'm worried about what's going to happen here.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlean.
How could you, Ravioli?
But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the media project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash.
Yes, Dresden is... Oh, you're not wrong. I didn't even factor that in.
Ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the Primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlean who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea.
Random muttering about a level 45 job quest. They all do the same thing. Give you every piece of iconic outfit except for the chest piece, and then at 50 they give you the chest piece, but then the 50 version of a full set. So you never actually wear the full 45 version. Yeah, I noticed that as well. I imagine that was like a post-release decision to kind of get people through content faster, especially like in regards to getting them ready for Heavensward and whatnot.
In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Huh, triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the Heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, why you must be made to reveal whose it is.
Things a leftover from the earlier game design, similar to the Unicorn Man quest being a Conjure exclusive rather than being available to White Mage. I assumed it was there to help people just get for the content faster. You know, like the way Road to 90 is there, like, but an earlier version or an early attempt at that, because giving people like level 110 odd gear at least gets them like raid ready and stuff, then going into like Heavensward and stuff.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task.
Not good for you. Was never seen given a quest, so you had to get separately.
Ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished.
I fucking love Robin.
Day I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
For all the criticisms I give Ulda, I fucking love him. He's so fucking cool. He's so fucking cool. I love him. I love him so much.
I shall have no further need of you this day.
Alfie, small dogs should not bark so loud. Go back to TikTok and watching Mr. Beast. Oh, not watching Mr. Beast, no. Speaking of level 45 gear, though, I just finished my level 45 board quest. Time to get 5 more levels. He is king. I guess he is king. Shouldn't take you too long to get those 5 levels, though. Surely, geeky. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Level 50 job gear used to be bought in Mordona using the Elegant Tombstone of Mythology, but then it was retired in patch 2.4. Oh, okay, okay. So it needs to be then, like... Okay, interesting. He's cool, and he's a good man, yeah, which I appreciate.
Your Grace.
Lady in waiting? I fear something's going to happen to the little lass here.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Oh, shit. Wasn't expecting her to show up.
He proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill. Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
Oh shit.
If bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right.
Yeah, but your form of fucking governance is proven to be a corrupted and easily fucking, like, abused system. Surely that has to change, even if it's a difficult task to do so. You have to move to change that.
If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly.
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that's smart.
Dorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped.
I am glad to see these three together, though. Actually, like, conversing as equals in a format that's not necessarily felt like in reaction to an immediate threat. I guess there is the immediate threat of the Guardians, but like an immediate threat to a Primal or something like that there, you know?
But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse.
It's also not some huge gathering of people where everyone is acting for the crowd. Yeah, like this is like, I'm glad to see them act like just together discussing things privately in what feels like an earnest conversation, because I think we haven't really seen that yet. Like you said, it's always been like shows of power and shows of unity in a more public setting, where this feels more like an actual honest conversation between them, which I'm actually like really kind of happy to see.
Historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people.
Finally.
For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
Abdication of royalty in favor of a republic?
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Interesting. Interesting, okay.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
Okay, okay.
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Interesting. Like, obviously, hearing that, I still have, like, concerns about how that happens. Because, like, the reality when it comes down to it is that there's still the influence that money can waver towards free elections. Like, for example, we see this all day to day in real life elections, that where you have like super PACs and other sort of, you know, wealthy donors who influence the ability for certain people in the electorate to be able to better you know, publicize and, you know, campaign with. And so there still could be concerns for that. But I'm enjoying that there. The fact that it's going in that direction's interesting. Right, what's the requirement here? Bull of Ember's hard, the Naval hard, and Helen I hard. Okay, cool. I can get hard. I can get real hard. But before I do that, I want to go to somewhere and practice a little second. I want to go to Western Fanalan and practice my class for a second. Just got sergeant for a class. Nice. I believe there is down by. Is it down? Is it outside? Maybe it's outside. I need to get to the. Maybe I'm in the wrong place. I need to. Get to the place where I can do the target dummy for a second, because if I it's over here, because if I go to do Bull of Embers and all that there in hard, I need them to remember how the fuck this class works. Oh yeah, so okay, so actually, maybe I want to move these over to here, because then it's like, so it's like cast this, and then that there, and then, okay, so it's like you cast this to cast this, and then you cast this to then insta cast that, and then you cast this to cast this instantly. Yeah, we're getting the hang of it again, chat. We're getting the hang of it again. To cast this, to cast this. Yeah, and then cast this, then cast this instantly. And then cast this. Yeah. Chat, we're so back. And then rushes. Yeah, you rush the target. Give it one of these. Give it one of these. Give it one of these. Back again. Give it one of these. Give it one of these. One of these. Give it one of these. Back again. And then into the cast again. Yeah, okay. Okay. Chat. I think I'm back. I think I'm back on my bullshit. I think the bullshit, when it comes to the bullshit, I'm back on it. Okay. Our average item level is 114, which is grand. I need to reset the strike enmity. Right. Okay. So right, I need to do Bull of Embers hard. Fuck, what was it? It was Bull of Embers. It was Bull of Embers hard. It was. Do I not have the other ones? I only have Bull of Embers hard. What the fuck's the other ones? Right, let me go back there. I need to go back there and check to see what it is again, and then remind myself where to get those quests, because I'm clearly missing two that I don't have access to at the minute. You need to complete each one to unlock the next. Oh, right. So I unlock each one after the other. Right. I will require some help, I guess. Would the people who are currently in my party like to join me for would they like to join me for Bull of Embers Heart? If not, totally valid. I'm still a tank. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know. Is it still 4-mans or is it less? Oh, it's an 8-man now. Okay, cool. Right, I need to use the toilet, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on break. I'll run the ads while I'm away, go to the toilet, and then we'll come back. We will queue up for these then. Bull of Embers like breakfast cereal, Bull of Embers hard being like a limited time flavor. Fuck's sake. Right, so I'm going to go do that there. I'll run the ads while I'm away so we don't get interrupted while we play, and just get them out while I'm using the toilet. And I'll be back in a few minutes, chat, and we'll see you soon. bit tricky, but sure. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back. Right. Bull Amber sounds like a breakfast. Oh, right, that's our Monk and okay, cool. So Umbra, Monk are joining us. Anyone else before we set off? I assume that's a no. Then we'll just put ourselves into Bull of Ember's Heart. I'd gladly join you if I was if I was that far along. That's totally valid, Geeky. That's totally valid. Apologies, you're not able to join us at this moment, but that is totally valid. See how this goes. I do have a class quest apparently to do. Oh, no, that's a supplementary quest for the Garuda, I guess. Oh, I'm receiving about D&D share writing. Fucking few. I'm sorry, something happened. Become available once you complete the ultimate weapon. Oh, okay. I assume that's referred to relation to Gigi, I assume. Because in Gridania I'm making this right here. I assume they must be downstairs. Yes. Okie dokie. Orange. Probably random. Papalimo. Ah, there we go. Complete. Well, at least we're here for that one. Was Orange? World of Time. The Lord of Wool is slain by hand, and thus the deed was for Roaille, a Roaille tale to be told for the ages. I fear, however, the terror of the Indigo Deeg was slumbered road briefly, and I fear you'll seal the maelstrom assured of unhappy searchy that doth stir from the abyss once more. Should indeed prove the case of a most trolling Chilean president, Lord of Wool is voracious being, not less than a treasure trove of crystals which serve the lack of identity back in our plane of existence. 'Tis folly to believe that sea-burdened beastmen could gather such a haul with such an impossible alacrity. The Shahagrin, I believe, have been entertaining Asian guests. A fret of unprecedented magnitude, thus illuminated the limbs of the Mesa. Take these free shifts with the road to Maelstrom of command and offer the stalwart service. Shining light be illuminated upon the darkness well. Just going to take these in case I need to do them down the line. And by the high D's were the people of the Court of spared again from the doom, the hand of the Dorito entity. Yeah, or right now though, I'm trying to finish my bard log. So you have a Deegan. Right now, I'm in MSQ. I'm up to 40. Oh, okay. Yet in the missive of the received, the Lord drew them all, and dare speak of truth. So it be that the hard won respite have gone. Recovered from her wounds, the Lady Iceheart was during a struggle against the Ishkar horse. 'Tis the disciples that have already laid claim to the hoard of crystals, a hoard far exceeded by the quantity of recent rests from the caravans at the house Forteps. 'Tis to be certain that heretics, mysteries, and dead from which call upon Saint Shiva once more. And so once more we must Eorzea's blade light be brought against the Primal. One serve thee might have now to defeat the foe, and 'tis for the Regis and for Lord Roaille. that have requested the presence of Wiper in front. Pray heed Tiver to all his haste. Okay, I've grabbed those just in case I need them down at some point. But we're here for Papalimo for when we do Bull of Embers. A very close friend of mine was not present in a session where I played it tonight, and the DM thought it was okay to have their character captured and beheaded. What? Well, the player isn't there without it. Why would that even be remotely chill? Why would that even be remotely chill? That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. That is unfathomably dumb. Like the lack of like common sense is bewildering. I always take the blue SSF, the level locks, and use them to both unlock the features and help me with my various jobs. Yeah. Time ago we get some RL food. For me though, thinking barbecue. Ooh, barbecue's good. I love a bit of barbecue. Oh, I'm sure they're furious. That's fucking messed up. 100%, like Max is saying, that's fucking messed up. Like, that is a heinous amount of bullshit. Like, ridiculous amounts of bullshit. Oh, here we go. I think I've heard a few stories where that happens, like rather short-sighted decision. I mean, I wouldn't even short-sighted decision, but also just an incredible lack of, you know, decency and care for the players at the table to like take a player's character who's not there in a session to have no communication with, and then to like essentially fucking kill them without any like reasonable direction to lead to the outcome. It's insanity to me. Like if a player dies to your table, that can happen. But if a player character dies at your table when the player's not even there, and we're not made aware of it, that's insane. That's an atrocity to me. Doing okay here. We're doing better than I was expecting, actually. Oh. Oh god. That was insane. At the very end there, it was just like dodge the AoE as best as possible. I don't think I'm going to hand... Well, actually, I could hand it if I want. Because I don't think I'm going to get any XP from the hand-in. Just rechecking the chat here so fucking busy with the trial there. I understand putting the character in things like prison that they need to escape from when they get back, but whatever else situation they put them in while they needs to be based off of things they did while there. So prison only makes sense if they did the crimes during the session and they were there at. Don't make the character do crimes while they are away. Yeah, that's insane. Don't fucking do that. Shroud was the one who kidnapped him, by the way. It's not just any prison. It shows a lack of caring consent. Yeah, 100%. Fucking complete lack of it, which is unacceptable. 100%. If my player was killed because I missed a session, I would say that to the DM in whatever group chat exists between the players. So I take it this is you kicking me from the game because I can't think of any other reason why you would kill my character with me not there. Yeah. That would be an appropriate way to assume what the crack was. Fred to go family holiday for 2 weeks with his family. Part of it feels like the DM punishing them. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that's hard reads. That's hard reads. Like, how dare you have real life stuff instead of being at my game? It's a fucking scumbag thing to do. Yeah, some DMs are asses like that. Even without being the person whose character was killed, I would absolutely leave the table and tell the DM that they need to find a new player. Clear. Thump. Good job, everyone. I know that's I know there was this trying to the DM tactics that could have been used but this sounds like a DM. It's not a power trip. Oh, so the thing, yeah, I thought that might have been the case, Max. It's all good. It's all good. It's one of those things where like I would be like send a DM like no harm to you, but I'm never playing for you again because I can't trust you to handle my characters with the level of trust that I need as a player. When you're my DM, you've shown to be callous, cruel, and otherwise completely absent of the group's welfare in mind. So consider me fucking out. Brock, are you here to triumph over Eorzea? Of course, but no less than the feat than I would have expected a warrior of light. Well done, all the same. Now I have in mind to crack open a bottle of 1547 Bacchus, but celebration must keep. Garuda, I'm afraid to say, is also returned. As well as you know, Garuda's appetite for destruction exceeds that of other primals. Not to be dishearten you, but her last incarnation was appetite becomes insatiable. In short, since her return, she has already wreaked tremendous havoc. You must send her back to the Aether before she can do any more damage. In the meantime, Ida and I will assist the Twin Otter in their recovery effort. When you previously faced Garuda, it was the Enterprise that bore you through the storm of the shielded with their domain. Well, the storm is a spring breeze beside what she has raised this time. No airship could hope to penetrate it, but we must confront ourselves fortunate to the Twin Adder, who've chanced to discover the Beastman Aphrodite leading to the Howling Eye. Before you do anything else, though, I suggest you pay a visit to Adder's Nest and have words with the comrade Helu, and he'll be able to tell you about the Aphrodite, among other things. Make no mistake, the Lady of the Vortex will prove formidable, but I believe in you. You can weather the storm. May it well keep you safe. I mean, thanks, my guy. It's not like you could have just said, go ahead and do it. You had to be fucking an asshole about it. Where is... I guess I don't have a quest for it. I thought I had a quest for it. Apparently not. Apparently not. Okay, so... The DM I tried to explain. Yeah, I don't want to play with them ever again. Now ever. The DM cannot be trusted with characters if people can't attend. If it's permanent loss of trust. Nope. They DM'd the player after it happened though. Time to go get some barbecue, Geeky. Go get yourself some nice feeds. Also, if you're back by the time before I've logged for the night, you have to tell me what you had. I need to live vicariously for you. Explained that the party didn't rescue you fast enough to them. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Like that's bullshit. That's him trying to deflect from. That's him trying to deflect from the reality of his per fucking of his per DMing. It's like, oh, it's not my fault. It's the player's fault for not doing the thing that I arbitrarily set up. It's like, my guy, you're the one who made this happen. Like, get bricked. Ah, Brothgar of the Scions, we're grateful for your aid. As you already know, the accursed Zal summoned Dorito once more, and since her return, we've wasted no opportunity to unleash their fury onto the region. Extensive damage has been reported in the 12's route and the Corvus. She must be stopped soon, lest to have more lives lost. In the name of the Elder Caesar, I humbly request that you put an end to her reign of terror. In the past, Garlean keeps kind of within her Paladin eye and which perpetually protected by a raging tempest. Fortunately, we have learned an alternative way into her domain. The Zal have constructed an Aephorite within Naphalon and the stronghold in the central highlands of Corvus. The Aephorite will take you to Garlean tempestuous realm. We owe your discovery to the Guardians, who the Elder Caesar says desire to repay the kindness you showed upon them. For the sake of the people and their heirs, may your mission be met with success. Okay, so I have to just attune to this Aephorite now. Which, fair enough. Like, that's just bullshit. Like, they clearly don't want to, in any capacity, own up to their awful decisions. And just like that, I am attuned. Right. You folks want to join me for Highland Eye on hard? Actually, I'll. We're at a castle for 10 minutes of IRL time before the DM decided to tell us the character was killed right as the session ended. I'm still here. I just thought I would ask in game just in case. Okay, cool. Which no doubt is going to have me back at the... Yeah. I don't know, Ingus. Like I obviously, like, you're not going to want to play there with them again, and that's the right call there, but like that's insanity to me. Like I just wouldn't be dealing with them again. Like I'd be like, nope, not dealing with you ever again. Going to find a different group of people to play with. I mean, stop playing D&D would be a shame because it's a hobby you genuinely love and enjoy. I think maybe it's one of those ones you might need to take a break from whatever pickup groups you're doing, because clearly the pickup groups you're doing are leading to you to be distressed and you keep having horrible experiences back to back, and maybe just curating those experiences after you give yourself a bit of a break. Like, take a few months away, let yourself fucking just de-stress from it, so you have a bit of period time away, and then try and curate people that you know you can play with and that you trust. Because there's got to be people in every session you've played with that have been good, and you could probably create a group of people with those people that have been good in those horrible experiences. But I think that does need to come with maybe a period of a break time, just to allow yourself to kind of just recover a bit from all this bullshit. But the session has grilled meats with actual friends beforehand. The DM just had to ruin it with his shite rolling and breaches the straight. Yeah. Screechy bitch. Yeah, chill out. I would argue that was easier than Bolt of Embers. Like, that was faster and easier than Bolt of Embers. Oh, Titan. Forgot about Titan. So, both Hereford and Gridania now vanquished at your hands. Truly you have earned yourself a rest. Would you have the luxury of this time to enjoy it? It pains me to say that Titan has also returned, and with a vengeance. As with the case of the Primal Brethren, he's grown stronger than he has before. And when I went about doing my investigation, all indications suggest that the kobolds were nowhere to be found, were nowhere near ready to resume their summoning rights. But it turns out they were deceiving us. I should have known better. The kobold's subterranean domain runs deep, and as they easily hoarded crystals with our being none the wiser, a vast hoard must have been. Till now, Garuda was the most powerful among the free, recently active primals, but according to our latest readings, Titan has usurped that honor. The primal has been determined by two factors: the amount of crystals has been gorged, and the fervor in which the believers would like nothing more than a measure precisely how strong the Lord of the Crags has become. But I fear time for such prudence has ran out. We've already received the official request of assistance from the Maelstrom, and as you might expect it, The address is you. And for the previous encounter with Titan, we traveled to traveled to his domains by way of the Aphorite first discovered in the company of heroes. Sad to say, this Aphorite no longer seems to respond. But not to despair, the Maelstrom is reported and found another in its place. You would want to speak to the Commander Riki in the Maelstrom command for the details. I cannot stress it enough, but Titan has grown fierce and strong, and seeing you spare no preparation. Okay, right, so we're going to Limsa. But yeah, that one felt way more, like, chill. If there's a pun to be had there, I do apologize. But that felt way more chill compared to Bull of Embers. Bull of Embers felt harder or more difficult, in my opinion. So Jugas, your presence is most welcome. I'm chagrined that we must return to your low Titan. No doubt yesterday's news and load of cranks have returned to ferocious formidable than before. Cannot fathom the kobolds were able to obtain such a vast quantities of crystals in no short time. We will learn the answer in the coming moons. I suspect the first things first, when you need to vanquish the Titan before the kobolds have a chance to wreak havoc on Limsa Lominsa. You have failed the Primal before, and we believe that you can emerge victorious once more. We've learned a new Aphorite will take you to the naval. It's situated deep in Ulgamore mines, not only in most convenient locations admittedly, but you have to cut yourself a path. Please make all haste, and the mere presence emboldens the kobolds, and 'tis only a matter of time before they move on force again. May the Navigator guide you to your way, Sergeant. Also, Sergeant Glacier is ever welcome to the Maelstrom Command. Worst fears have realized the Primal Leviathan has returned to threaten our shores. We did not think it's possible for Fishbacks to summon our rapacious god without a considerably large period of preparation, but there can be no mistake. Prior to contacting Eorzea, we received a report detailing the most complete destruction of the merchant fleet among the open seas. Only one vessel managed to be limp into port, bearing the decidedly unwelcome news of Leviathan's resurgence. Judging by the testimony given by the surviving crew members, the mass waves and entire leveled against the ship's dwarf the anything that we have ever seen the Primal of command before. Should you unleash the tidal wave in similar in power proportions, Limsa would be scraped from the island like a barnacle from this hull, and as such as dread imagining mind, we will bid you to sail forth and to slay lords of the world once again. Our strategy remains unchanged. Twin vessel, the Horde Leader, has already been prepared under the command of the Storm Marshal Svasvin. Make your way to the Moenbryda docks once you have your preparations completed. The Sergeant Sternlona will see you safely aboard the ship. May the Navigator guide and protect you. What is that noise? That is maddening. I don't know what you were doing that for, but that was maddening. Item consumption? Oh, okay. It was just blasting my ears for a second. I was like, what the hell is that noise? I was very ready to go like old man dadcore and like turn that racket down. Wait, what? Apparently there's a Legend of Alec here I could be doing. Which I could be doing. But I won't be doing. For now at least. Good luck to you on that front, Lance. Whomstative are you? Away with you. But if you want to finish full AR, you'll have no choice. If that's the quest I have to do for full AR, I'll do it soon. I'll do it now. If I have to do that one for ARR, I'll get it done while I'm here. Might as well just get it done while I'm here, if that's the case. It'll only take me a moment anyway, so why not? Yeah, like I say, I guess a lot, like, gave us a lot of XP, so I don't know if you will be able to keep it because it can't be unsynced. Is it required for ARR? It is required to be able to move towards Heavensward. Okay. Well, I'll just have to get it done then. If it has to be done, it has to be done. The system we have in place essentially allows us to, well, it doesn't allow us to do anything really. The system we have in place, like Algan locks AR Alliance raid. Right, okay. Which is something we will have to do at some point then. The system we have in place is going to punish us because we have no option but to do it, and it will punish us. That's just the reality of it. But I'm gonna I at the start of the stream have pretty much resided the fact, unless I can get 12 people for the first raid, 12 people I can do it unsynced with in the first raid, that I am going to have to eat a punishment for our challenge. So that's just going to happen. But yeah. Did I get... Okay, I gotta go with Saspa as well. That's cool, I gotta go with Saspa at some point. Yup, indeed. Okay, I will get us queued up for Titan now. We get Titan done, which means I can resume with MSQs. And then once we've got that done, we can move on to this one. Again, I was just kind of shocked by how stupidly fast Dorito was. Legacy of Alec. I might go to this one and get it done quickly while we're waiting, because it says 5 minutes, so I might be able to run up there quickly and get it done. All good, Vegeta. I see you're still here. Just go up here and get this quickly done, I guess. Just saves me having to run back and do it again elsewhere. And then once that's done, we've got the raid open at least. As soon as I get here, it fucking pops. What is the chances? Well, we're here. It means when it pops, we can get it done and then head back. Can't be like the game do be doing it. Why do I feel like we definitely be up for a spot of fucking annoyance here? Did someone fall off the edge? Fox is it going in that song? Oh, is he singing in it? I'm done con stuff for the day. How's your day been, PG? It's been dead on. It's been great. We've raised like a ton of money today for mermaids today. So I had a great day. Crow. I hope your soap making endeavor has been going well. Okay, I need to ask who fell off the edge there? Who fell off the edge? Risotto. Okay, not one of ours. Not one of ours. Okay, cool. None of you saw that. Done cutting soap. Is that a euphemism or something? No. Crow makes soap. Crow makes actual soap. Can't remember his other roles. That's pretty cool though. I know he's a translator for FF14. I made kind of rainbow soap. I don't have any yellow makeup on her. Oh, that's a shame. And you get blasted. Gotta admit, I don't actually work at a zoo. And spike monkeys. What? What is this working at a zoo and spiking monkeys about? That confused me when he jumped off. What was his nymph? What was his class? Let me just double back and check that. Oh god, is that what I think it is? Oh god, he floor tanked it. Did he floor tank it? Did he jump backwards off the edge of the... Oh god. Defo didn't black flip. Oh god. Free Charles in a row. Free Gunbreakers in a row. Make Canadian Digital Soap and body butter. Not for purchase. I sell to hotel chains. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you sold to hotel chains. Oh, I imagine they're very nice, Justin. If they're going into hotels, I imagine they're incredible. Hotels don't buy cheap, or at least I hope they wouldn't. Classic Dragoon. That's called face tanking. I've heard it called floor tanking. But that's hilarious. I can't believe that. I think it was my first time, chat, that I got to see someone do a bit of floor tanking. Like, people don't use it. They frame it as art? That's intriguing. I was just going to hand it in more than anything, Max, just to kind of have it open. So when I go to do it, I have it. Sword Sergeant Strelona at your service, and the World Eater is loaded and ready, sir. I'll give the signal that the tarring vessel soon to depart. Leviathan was sighted some distance from the coast, and they will be able to enough time to build up a ramming speed. Tank crew are willing to lay down their lives and ensure each of their targets, and so concentrate on skewering over a gross sea serpent. Cool. Just want to hand that out. Red mages can do the same if they're not careful, but they will be at least sexier when it happens. I like the phrase there, it's sexier when it happens. I need to keep that in mind. I don't want to... I know I will at some point floor tank by accident, but not today. Not today. You make subpar ice cream for people? I mean, I like to think, Justin, that there's no such thing as subpar ice cream. It's kind of like when people saying they're having crap pizza, they're still having pizza. I make cool shit. Hotels gain small rectangular bars, enough for hotel visits. I pack as many of the little colors as I want. That's still a job. I'd get an ice cream from... Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, right? Ice cream... Like I said, ice cream is like pizza. You know, it's still... You know... It's one of those things where, like, regardless of being like high tier or low tier, it's still, people are still not going to turn their nose up with some fucking ice cream, you know what I'm saying? I'm low lactose intolerant. That's saying something. We're finally launching the Magnum bonbons in the US this year. Magnum bonbons? I didn't even know those existed. Yeah, I didn't know well, ice cream can have different qualities depending on like the I guess the cream used in it, as well as like the flavored ingredients and stuff. But like, I get, it's like pizza. Like I just said multiple times, it's like pizza. It's like you can have a bad pizza and it's still better than no pizza. That I didn't take care of myself. That was that's what I'm saying. What it's saying. I mean, we all do things and indulge in things that don't necessarily go well with what our bodies allow us to do. I am most eager to address the Asian threat. However, we dare not neglect our pressing concerns. We both know full well that since Shiva will not be the last Primal we face, and our relationship with Iceheart is still tenuous at best. To that, I would like a resolution of the Primal threat once with the sole priority the Scions of the 7th Dawn. Some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Let's not forget the antecedents. The Scions need not shut its burden alone. We are not the Crystal Braves established for this very reason. True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in turn. Hrothgar in particular is ever steady in hand, whose I trust will continue to support the Braves. I like to think that I'm like one of the fucking chiefs of the Braves. I'm like the commander in Braves. Moenbryda. There's ice cream, then there's frozen dairy desserts. They're quite different, yeah. I guess that's kind of like, there's also frozen yogurt. I guess that would factor into like frozen dairy desserts, right? Like, I love spicy food. I still cry on the toilet when it comes to it. Thank God, Max. What a way of fucking phrasing it. To what do we owe the pleasure? Have you been further developments regarding our situation at Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation that one of their highest-ranking members was a Garlean agent. Suffice to say, Teljedi El-Jedi and his Monetarist ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with the ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Plainly, General Ruban needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support they can. And if I am to stay abreast of the latest developments, they issue directive orders. However, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. So, for the foreseeable future, I think it would be best for if I were to remain in Ul'dah, unless you have an objection. None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Moenbryda research is proceeding well as planned. So she tells me, although I'm not familiar with the details. Roaille is poring over the tomes in the Waking Sands, and the others are contributing in their own ways. Alas, the key problem, hard to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unresolved. Nevertheless, it is only a matter of time. I don't know what this I will defend is. Muscle Buster PvG? What, I'm muscle bustering people now? Alphinaud Commander, you're the hard muscle. I like to think that I'm more than hard muscle. You don't have a Crystal Braves without me at this point. Home of the barbecue. Ooh. Defend Mephilia. She doesn't need to be kept safe. Protect Tataru. I don't know. John sings it. That's fair. If John's singing it, then it must have context somewhere. I just am not known to that. Belfast, the brain PVG up in here. Hrothgar, while we'll focus on that task, may help you could assist Alphinaud and his Braves with theirs. It would do so much to restore faith in the Immortal Flames. The Warrior of Light was seen to be working on their behalf. Never forget that your esteemed status allows us to act the way those who were more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Well, that's literally what the Braves are meant to be able to do. Is act without, like... whatever. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, there are preparations I must attend to before my departure, such as receiving Royal's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information, and a wish kept secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command in order for him to investigate Ul'dah's riots. When you're finished, join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, may soon have favor to ask. If there are any developments on our front, I will inform you once in the usual fashion. I just noticed my party chat's kind of talking about the idea that it's a rite of passage as a Dragoon to literally backwards flip off a map. I plan on never hitting that rite of passage if I can avoid it. I don't think I can avoid it, but I'll try. Pleasure's always spoke. You are be escorting the commander to Ul'dah, I take it? Actually, I have another task in mind for him. Will you be so kind to repeat your report in his for his benefit? Right then. Me and mine have been making inquiries at the source of the weapons that have found their way into the refugees' hands a ways back. So it happens to caught a wind of something promising. A roughly large purchase of sharp and pointy things in the black marketeer hold up near a high bridge. And I doubt this man would have just secured a quantity of weapons if he had not already had clients waiting. Clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer to pay his transaction or resecret. Brings to mind that the merchant would caught the arrow while talking to Brovkar, don't it? Generous fellow he was, doling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and the disgruntled, which isn't to say that there isn't clans that have some mischief in mind, but he would want to be sure, might be prudent to intervene before he collects his goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be more for the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might be able to capture the black marketeer as well as his clans. What do you say, Brovkar? I'm seeing a lot of PP stuff going on here. What's going on here? Never know what'll happen. You never know what happened. I'm curious what kind of barbecue. Yeah, I'm curious about the barbecue as well, actually. You're locked in. Oh, bye-bye. Let's see. We got a PP out there, the 4.7 inches. You know, not bad, not bad, not bad. Girth, solid. It's a solid PP. Massive tits. Massive tits. 46 double Ds. Jesus. Let's see, what's that? Vagina apparently doesn't exist. It's a paradox. It's just not there. Just not there. Damn, my vag, what is? Power level? No, power level's not great either. You're at 2.5 now. The Alliance raid is after this pass finishes in 8 MSQ. Okay. Okay. That might have to be a Sunday job. Let's see how horny you are. You're not even that horny. It's like practically 0. That's not horror. That's a floaty. That's a head. Okay. I need to understand what that fucking context is. I really wish I knew what the context was. Horror horny is nymph. Apparently not that horny. Let's see what size my PP is today. I bet it's pure small as always. PP. Yep, it's pretty on that. Yeah, okay. Well, apparently, I don't know how. I don't think you can have a PP with 0 girth. I don't think I have a PP there, chat. I just don't think it's possible to have a PP with like 0 girth. That's insanity. That's insanity. What is Monk's PP looking like? The girth is scary. Length, not the worst, but could be better. What's Nymph's tit? Okay, that sounds wrong. 32 C's though. Cracking set of tits though. Everyone's got peckers today, yeah. Gigi's PP coming in 8.7 inches length. Holy shit. And the girth. That is a fucking rocking cock. Gigi. Rocking cock. Let's see. Vegeta's coming in. Average size, or a little under average actually. Again, the girth is just not there. What is with the girths on most of these PPs? Let's see what Nips's vag looks like. I'm sorry for the words I say regularly here. Okay, apparently you got a deep vagina. And the width's pretty standard width. You could take a big cock in that. Pardon? Let's see what Geeky's vag looks like. Fairly good depth right there. Generous room as well. There's a reason why I don't sit on bar stools anymore. Wait. Because of your perceived deep vagina? I'm so confused. What does that mean? I got a cock that's large enough that it can be bent to fit into my own. Yeah, true. Might hurt a bit, but true. Are we out of the break, by the way, or are we still in break at the minute? I can't tell if we're in break or not. That's a baseball bat. What's the power level? Oh no, power level could be a bit better. Did we come out of the break? I don't think I saw Siri telling me we're out of break, but I could be wrong. Oh no, we are out of the break. Sorry, we are out of break. Pulled pork. Oh my goodness. Can I do PP if I've done? Oh yeah, of course you can do PP if you've done Vag. You can do both. You can do all of the options, Nymph. The only thing is you can't redo an option, so your result is the only result for the day, and you have to wait to the next stream before you can do another result. But yeah, you can do a PP. Let's see what the PP looks like. And again, I say these phrases out loud, chat. I'm saying it in the context of chat. I don't actually want to see what people's genitalia in the chat looks like. Okay. It's BS, Geeky. Not gonna lie, Nymph. That might be just a clit. A very, very wide clit. Jesus, the size of your tits, Vegeta. Jesus, the size of your tits as well, Geeky. Holy shit. It seems like the bot is being generous on the boob front, but not very generous on the penis front. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to pee-pee shame. I was trying to add it as a complimentary accoutrement to your fantastic vagina. I try to say these things in jest, and then I just halfway through listen to myself, and I'm like, what is your life, John? What are these words that you say? Some bee stings right there. Nothing wrong with that. I laughed so out loud, the whole house heard me. Season the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands, which fit for the best. Would be for the best. However, if we strike with a pointed arrow, we might be able to capture the black market here as well as the clients. What do you say, Brofgar? I say Brofgar says yeah. Well, then it's settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert in the High Bridge, and then intervene at the exchange where it takes place. Now then, if you excuse me, we must leave Ul'dah and expect good tidings. Ninja vanish. I didn't know you could do that until bless her heart, Nikki did it. There's actually a watch where it has a boy command that tells you what percent boy you are a given day. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Right, tooling around. That needs to be green. I need to go to High Bridge, which is in Fanalan. Just a reminder, chat, we're going to be playing a different game tomorrow. Myself, Miss Shan, and Mia Morn, also known as Kat, are going to be playing some Left 4 Dead 2 tomorrow as a collaborative live stream across the Pajama Party in the benefit of both Trans Lifeline and Mermaids. So we are taking a little bit of a break from the stuff we usually play, but it's for a great cause, great games, and we'll be back on Final Fantasy on Sunday. But I thought I'd just give you a heads up in case you turn up tomorrow and you're like, this doesn't look like no fucking MSQ, he's blasting the fucking zombies. And it's like, well, just trying to give you a heads up in that regard. Buckard, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Marketeer. It would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he's hired more than a few men to stand guard. Common folk is no consequence, but nevertheless they pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. It's far beneath a man of your standing in Comrade Louvier to need dispatch to you ever. But a powerful man ever have a need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found one in you, it's only natural they would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Do what you must for good. It's good. It's for a great cause, max 100%, and it's also just getting to spend time streaming with some very lovely friends of mine. Two wonderful folks. Then we should make for the burning wall without delay and source those weapons. The first units will ensure the Clarence do not escape. With me, Buffguard. No worries, Gilbert. No worries, big lad. Let's fuck go. Even if you have no money to donate, I still think you're doing a great thing. I appreciate it, man. Like, it's one of those ones where, like, even if people are not able to donate because they don't have the, like, funding to do so, which is completely fucking valid, it's just simple things like, you know, knowing who to vote for so that when you are voting someone into, like, elected office, that they are, you know, not going to, you know, strip away rights of, like, marginalized folks. That always helps. Resharing posts always helps, you know. Things like, you know, just hanging in the chat always helps. So, like, even though people might not necessarily be able to help monetarily directly, just doing what we're doing today is helping, you know. Because again, it can put us in front of someone else who might be able to donate. So it's always about that level of, like, even if you're not helping with, like, monetary benefits, you could be helping with, like, you know, helping with discoverability, or, you know, helping by, you know, electing folks who would do well by all people and not just the people they like. And Abiel reached a nice goal today. That was here to. I'm glad we did as well. I'm very thankful. Like, Sam and Nymph coming in today, just adding a little bit of joy into our hearts. And then my friend Paul, who's trying to wind everyone up by putting an uneven number in, because that's his tactic. Is he likes to donate in small increments that are not even numbers to wind people up so that they donate to get it back to an even number. I do appreciate it. But yeah. Is this? Oh, I thought someone messaged me there. It's just a notification from a Discord server. Remember, do not vote for the Lepers Eat Faces party because they promise they won't eat your face. 100% Geeky. 100%. You will be eaten and your face stripped from its bones, just like anyone else. I spy one man, but there are sure to be others. I have a plan. While you approach the sentry and discover discretion, my men and I will slip past and catch the Black Marketeers unaware. Okay. Think fast, chuckle not. Don't break me! I'll break you back. Once you're disposed as thugs, wait first I said the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Then let's be off. Good luck, my friend. But yeah, I've been, like, again, our community makes this possible. Like, we couldn't get to where we are without our community doing this. And, like, it's one of those ones where I like to think that, like, the kindness and the loving nature that we fostered in the community has probably been, like, the thing that makes me the happiest about streaming. Like, if I was to say what would, like, because at some point we all have to stop doing streaming. We have to stop making content for one reason or another. And I think these charity streams will definitely be, like, the thing that I would hang my hat on the most, because it's one of the things I can point to as, like, even with the limited amount of influence we had, we still managed to do this amount of good and put this amount of good back into the world. And that's something that I'm always going to be thankful for. Who goes there? An adventurer? A damn fool. You should never have come here. Okay, well, my guy get blasted. And then start blasting. I noticed I didn't get any XP for killing those guys, which is interesting. Hey, nothing says you have to stop. I know plenty of streams where old men and women play. Oh yeah, 100%, 100%. Like, I don't plan on stopping anytime soon. I've been doing this for like 10 years. Like, I've been doing this for 10 years. I have no intention of stopping anytime soon. It's just one of those things that I know at one point when I do get to that age, it's going to get to a point where I'm going to maybe not have the energy in me, or, you know, something might come that, like, other priorities come. But, like, I still will be able to say, like, in the time when we were here, we at least done this. We at least tried to do something more beyond ourselves. I always find these parts of MSQ where you attack something that you aren't leveling funny, because if you're over leveled, it just comes out as, oh gosh, darn silly, they think they can win. Yeah. It's like, oh no, they they laugh in the face of gods, not realizing that God laughs back. It must be so late for you right now. It's about 20 past 1 in the morning. I'm gonna push it to maybe a certain point. Maybe see how it goes. 2 o'clock, maybe my definitive cutoff. But if we can get as close to the raid point as possible, I'd like to do that. I don't understand. What's this all about? Gah. What's going on down here, buddies? As you can see, this was a fine mess. When I tried to restrain him, he drew a wooden blade and lashed out, but before I could disarm him, one of my subordinates panicked, and this is the result. How foolish of me to underestimate the bastard to bring an unexpected recruit. An experienced recruit. Commander Olivier will be most disappointed. Damn it, all the hell, the golden opportunity wasted. I'm starting to question your motives, my guy. I feel like you might be not as cool as I thought you were. As for the clans, though we know not how they slipped past our perimeter, as present the first is currently tackling the party of Duskrite sellswords. I suspect maybe them. Would that be you could be enlisted for the aid of the Immortal Flames and of the Brass Blades? Alas, we are to aid them. They are in no position to aid us. Well, at the very least, we secured our weapons. Yet, even that accomplished by lacking of information and received indication of a massive shipment of anything, but I'm sus of you, my guy. You're my sussy book now. You're my sussy book. I'll join the first in the hunt for the Joshua sellswords, and the gods good, we will catch them before they escape the Black Shroud. In the meantime, I ask you to deliver these weapons to Ulda in my stead. Entrust them to the third, or Haze. He'll take care of the rest. Okay. It's been a while since I had to do such a direct fetch quest, but okay. Again, chat. He's sussy. And I don't like it. Just dawned on me, is that why that's not doing that? I was trying some like mouse commands there for a second, chat, that haven't been working out. I think I know why. Try it now. That's why. God damn it. Now they're working again. What? A warrior light of a reliable friend to the Crystal Brews. You have been the Beavis Fights assistants at Cornfus. Now, what brings you to us to say? Here you go. Oh, that, I was wondering what that sounded was for a second. At least taking a weapon somewhere is better than the earlier quest. Like, go to this guy and get a bottle of wine, and then you go to this guy and, oh, I don't have it. Go talk to this guy and get it. Yeah, that was really annoying on the lead up to doing Titan. The whole lead up to doing Titan, I hated it because it just felt like the company heroes were lazy cunts. There's no two ways of putting it. They just felt like lazy cunts to me. And like, I didn't even get angry at Square Enix for the admittedly boring fetch quests. I got angry at the characters' motivations, and maybe that's just me. I was like, these characters, I hate them now. I just hate these characters because these characters inherently feel like lazy assholes to me. I get the weapons from a certain black marketeer courtesy of Captain Ilbert, you say? Understood. Once we've catalogued the contents, we've delivered them to the Hall of Flames. This cannot be everything, can it? Well, I stay with confidence that there would be a far greater quantity of weapons. A blatant falsehood. Clearly, Roaille is unfamiliar with the ways of Ul'dah merchants. Whoever strive to present themselves as greater than they are. We shouldn't be thankful for this information. It was not completely erroneous that it managed to at least cheese something to worth it all. Still, something worth celebrating, isn't it, Lieutenant? Besides, we've got more important things to think about, like fighting those Garleans up north. There will be no fighting if I have nothing to say about it. Our orders are to stand watch and seek no glory in battle. If you would have no further need of us, then I shall take the unit to the cerulean processing plant. Time for the fourth to earn their keep, eh? Fight well, Elaine, for the freedom of all. I feel like we're still missing several boxes because our once revered captain is actually a bastard man. Excellent work as always, my friend. Rest assured that the Immortal Flames will hear from this contribution until we meet again. I want to do a cool thing. Why am I not doing the cool thing? Rothgar, word, if you'd please ye. Not here. Look for me at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. No need to be whistling this time. But don't you worry. Is he about to tell me that he suspects the captain of being a bastard man? Because now I suspect the captain of being a bastard man, and I feel like there might be an indeed amount of bastard manisms going about. Do we have any gear upgrades? We do not. Okay. What is our gear set on? We're like 114, so the gear's not bad. Like, we're not, for the level we're at, I'm not sitting on what I would consider to be like a bad amount of gear. Thanks for indulging the new request. A few places better in the market of privacy. I find the hustle and the bustle of the commerce from most convenient conversations go unnoticed. I get to the point. The burning wall. When you, the captain, interrupted the exchange, what happened? Tell me everything. Leave no detail out. That's not quite how the first told it. The Dutch Knights they were chasing. The word was that they lost the trail, but never saw them yourself before fighting started or after. Something ain't right. I don't know what it is, but I can feel it in my bones. If I'm not daft enough to mislead someone, merchants drunken boasts, our information was reliable. God damn it! I know he purchased those weapons. As if I weren't just deciphered of moneylanders' books, I had to follow a transaction book back to its source. Did plenty of that back in the Braves. We were getting started. Believe me, the commander wanted assurances that we weren't taking gil from the wrong sort of benefactors. Of course, these days the money flows like water, and the first and the third get their shiniest of new toys. Oh, there's already corruption in the Braves, right? We need to fucking sort this out then. Forgive me, friend. I have a ton on my mind these days, and I appreciate you landing in here. Right then, best of luck to get back at it. Right, so there's corruption in the Braves that we're clearly going to need to fucking fix then as well. Brothgar, can you hear me? This is Tataru. Your presence urged and requested the Rising Stones. Please come and see me as soon as you're able. Alright. Don't you worry, I'm coming. I think we're making pretty good strides today. I wonder how many quests we got done today so far. Like, I was hoping to get at least 10 done. And I think we actually might be in the range of getting 10 done, which is not bad. I had 33 to go, I like how the link shells aren't just a thing for players to use, I guess. In game. Oh, sorry, in game to communicate, but actually a thing knowledge of the story. I do like that they put that level of detail into the actual lore. I do like that as well. I'm gonna just double check here because I am curious about it. Best laid schemes. If I click on that quickly. Sorry, we're experiencing technical difficulties. Shit, really? Let's see back. 220 out of 241. So I've got 21 quests left to do. 21 quests left to do from 33. I've done 12 so far today. 12. Best laid schemes. I've got 21 left to do, and I had 33 to do when I started the stream. I mean, I've done 12 quests today. That's not bad, Chad, if you ask me, especially when I was trying to, you know, get at least 10 done. I'm pretty happy about that. Thank you for coming so quickly, Brothgar. I guess from Ishgar wishes to speak for you. A most determined lady in all Indonesians. That is a good leap. That is a good leap in my mind. Our guest, the antecedents of the solar present. Let's not keep them waiting longer, shall we? We're about to reach the next dungeon. A standard 4-man. Would you do me the favor and do it unsynced with me? If it's all possible?
We have a guest from Ishgard who wishes to speak with you.
Yes.
I believe the two of you have met.
We have. I had hoped to speak with Commander Leveilleur as well, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. The Lord Commander sent me hither to request your aid in a matter of grave import.
You see now why I had Tataru summon you.
Yes.
Now that we're all assembled, perhaps you would be good enough to elaborate
Thanks
on
for
the
a few
nature of
minutes.
the matter which brought you to us.
7 minutes is all I've got to spare to play with you.
The Observatorium's astrologians have sounded the alarm.
The alarm? Not alarm, alarm.
Last night, the Dragonstar burned with an intensity not seen in 15 summers. Not since the Dravanians engaged the Empire in the Battle of Silvertear Skies.
The northern sky doth burn full bright upon the Wormlord's call. The red
Jason would beat up
behemoth
Wesker for over borrowing oats. What does that even mean? Do you mean like oats for
The
breakfast?
old Curthin rhyme, aye.
So this doesn't make sense to me at all. The Scions had their secret base attacked and many of them killed or kidnapped, and then once they get the gang back together, they move back in. Yeah, that was the thing that kind of shocked me as well. Or may I have some oats? Jason stares.
The brightening of the Dragonstar is said to accompany the roar of a great worm. The astrologians believe that it was Midgard Soma himself who cried out on this occasion.
After an absence of centuries, the King of Kings did return to lead his kind against the might of
I'm on a
Garlean,
streak. I've piped forces, sweaters, teams.
only to fall in his duel with the Agrius, proud flagship of the Garlean fleet. Devoid of life, his corpse remaineth entwined about the Magitech monstrosity even unto this day.
Eorzea has the right of it. Whatever this alteration in the Dragonstar portends, the Great Worm has shown no sign of life. Tataru, have the Domans reported aught out of the ordinary?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Midgard Soma had roared, wouldn't we have heard it here in Revenant's Toll?
Roar is but a figure of speech. Dravanians can communicate in ways beyond our ken. It is for this very reason that we are forced to look for signs in the heavens. We cannot say with any confidence that a great worm roared at all. much less that it was Midgard Sorma. Only by directly examining the Keeper of the Lake can we be certain. However, it will take too long to gain the Holy See's approval to dispatch the Temple Knights. Therefore, Sir Emric would entrust this task to you. Do you accept?
Of course I accept.
You would not disappoint us. Now, if you would excuse me, I must return and assist the Lord Commander. We have precious little time to prepare.
The Holy See seems to be a... Well, I know he's a pain in the ass, but...
To prepare for what, pray tell?
When a great worm roars, his brethren cannot choose but answer. We prepare for battle.
Fuck, okay. So they're expecting full-out war with the Dravanians again. We don't even ever deal with the Holy D blazing. Forgive me if I state ought which you already know, but to ensure that you understand the nature of your destination. As we already stated, we cannot call the Keeper of the Lake the wreck of the Argyres, formed flagship of the Imperial Fleet and the corpse of the woman responsible for destruction. 15 years ago was the next step of the campaign to subjugate the warriors and Gas van Belsar attempted to seize control of Moenbryda. So massive that was the force that it almost all fought victory or foregone conclusion. But an unlikely ally came in Eorzea's aid that day. It was Midgard Sormer, legendary guardian of the Silver Tear Falls, burst in forth from beneath the waters in the lake and led a host of dragons against the Garlean airships overhead. In what would be later become known as the Battle of the Silver Tear Skies, the great worm fell to countless airships before engaging with the Aegris. In the ensuing struggle, the flagships sorely mentioned failed and did tumble into the lake below, yet the victory came at a great cost, for the explosion for which followed claimed the lives of the great worm itself as well. That same explosion transformed the Silver Tear Falls into a desolate wasteland as it is today, draining the lake from its waters and crystallizing the aether into the malms around. Yet, remnants of the lake remains and is the center of the constant reminder of the fateful day long ago. In accordance with Sir Emeric's wishes, our Doman allies have been standing watch over the Keeper of the Lake, and should be wise to speak to them before investigating the wreckage yourself. Be careful, my friend. We know not what dangers await you, Finn. And now let us know that you... Now then, let us not neglect our own task. There is much to be done here and a precious little time to do it. Fair enough. You know what? Probably be faster if I just teleport like this. Bro, that was the most chaotic way I've seen a person leave a... There they go again. You got stuck? That's fair, Nymph. That's fair. It was just so chaotic looking, because I just teleport and then you just gallivant out the door, and I'm like, why is there a Cerberus gallivanting out the door at me? What the fuck? If you had a pet with 3 heads like that guy just did, do you give them what? I think you treat it like Cerberus from Greek mythology and give it one name. At least that's how I would. You're in luck, sir. I was about to send word to Revenant's told about the Garleans. Of late, there has been small airships likely from the Castrum Century to come and go from the Keeper of the Lake, though I cannot say for certain the distance in which I believe is salvaging something from the wreckage. The Castrum supplies have been cut for some time, and Adways are desperately in need of spare parts and their equipment. So it is true then, Ishgardians honestly fear the worm might rise again? Well, from what it seems here, rather unlikely, but if the assurances they want have no choice but to inspect the corpse of it entirely. Easier said than done, given the creatures which inhabit the wreckage and aforementioned Garleans who won't take kindly to your presence. They're sure to fire upon the airship, so I'd advise more stealthy approach. Take this boat and a few of your comrades to the base of the Grace, and then climb top. That'll be the most viable approach, I'd say. My wonderful chat, would you indulge me in an unsynced version of the dungeon who are currently in the party, so that I myself do not find myself getting unnecessary amounts of XP? Oh, Monk was asking if you would indulge an unsynced version of Keeper of the Lake, just so I don't get XP. Cool. I assume you're okay as well, Nif? If not, that's totally valid. I just wanted to check in with you before I, hit the join button. Aye. Fuck, you're absolute user wheat oats. Time for another one-man dungeon. I mean, you just can race it to see who gets through the dungeon fastest. I think it might be Monk who's taking the lead here ever so slightly. I have to say, Nymph, your outfit is fantastic. 10 out of 10. It's my running simulator, yeah. I can use them all for collabs. Oh, I didn't even think of that. I like the music as well. The music sounds good. Music will get better and better too. I've heard the music only just serves to get better and better as the game goes on. I'm looking forward to hearing some of it. This is insane. The grime is there, soon to be done. Oh. Shit, okay, what's happening here?
Who treadeth now upon my bones, and waketh me from slumber sweet?
Oh, damn, okay.
Thou hast forgotten the face of thy lord. Remember, mortal, and fear me.
No. For I have a monk. Ooh, got our achievement. I call it a win too. Thank you very much for helping us through those, folks. Jesus, the amount of stuff just got added to my armory there.
By her gifts hast thou earned a moment's reprieve.
Yes.
Speak, mortal, and I shall listen. Guided by a star. My people have heard the song. Ishgard shall burn. Sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. We do not forget. We do not forgive. Seven children did I sire. One now singeth of retribution. I rise to join in the chorus. Thou art
I like the music a lot here.
to silence us, mortal. Yet thou shalt not live to labor in vain. Thy reprieve is at an end. Trickery is thy shield. This frail, ignoble creature is not gifted, but chosen. Hearken to me, Hydaelyn. I remember, and I consent.
Was he trying to have at me and then he realized that I'm actually him?
Fear not, mortal. I shall not harm thee.
I don't know, that looked like you harmed me, my guy. What a dick move from the immortal race. We are immortal, so we judge you mortal race children based upon the actions of your ancestors. Yeah, it's a bit fucky, right? What is going on here, though? That's not good. That's really not good. Did they just shut off my connection to the light?
Mayhap thou thinkest me an oath breaker. Thou art mistaken. If thou comest to harm, it shall be by another's hand, not mine. I did but strip thee of thy mistress's feeble blessing. Thou didst profit much by her grace, but no more.
Who's this little guy?
The covenant binds me to thee.
Oh fuck, I'm blessed by dragons now. Ishgard's gonna fucking hate that.
I shall watch, listen, and wait.
Oh no, Ishgard's gonna fucking freak.
Fight and struggle, if it be thy will.
Oh god, I'm not connected to dragons and not the fucking, not Highland. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, okay.
Man hath ever coveted that which lieth beyond his grasp.
What a turn of events. Yeah. I didn't see that coming, honestly.
I drink of her body, and thence doth mine own find new life.
It makes me wonder, like, am I no longer a warrior light? The Antichrist has entered the chat.
When it hath grown whole, the loyal and penitent shall rejoice. The dragon song heraldeth our beginning and an end.
Oh, fuck me, what does this mean? What does this mean? Warrior slightly dim is a hell of a statement. Still warrior light. I like the phrase warrior of the slightly dim. You may summon Midgard Summer by selecting corresponding entry within the minion guide under character in the main menu. Do I have to? I was beginning to fear the worst. Were those explosions I saw? Then, but shouldn't be waste of time to me. Alphinaud left a messy stain that you were to return to the Rising Stones as once. I have concerns. I have so many concerns. Like, how do I explain this to Midfilia? It's like, oh yeah, my bond to Heideland, no, that's been destroyed. Midgard Sommer decided to like just pierce it with a big laser, and me and him are besties now apparently. So there's that, I guess. I'm not even gonna talk to you. Yep, game over now. You made poor choices and you'll need to start a new character. That's wild. I'm not doing that. Ooh, ad break. I will hold off reading anything then till the ad break's done. But like, Jesus Christ, just not what I was expecting, chat. The energy we brought to the studio was not one I intended. I'll put it that way. Guess my phone's deciding to be a bit funky wonky. There we go. But yeah. Ugh. If we had any expectation a day, like story-wise, it was definitely not the shattering of my connection to Hydaelyn and my, I guess, covenant with Midgardsormr. Like, I wouldn't have predicted that going into the amount of events that I'm currently going through, especially for like the growing connection I have with, albeit slow, the growing connection with the Guardians. I'm so intrigued to see how this ends up advancing, because like there's just nothing in my head that would have just suggest that we were going this direction with it. Like, genuinely. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back. I was holding off until y'all were out of the end before we continue our story here. Praise be to 12 that you're hale and whole. I came back as soon as Mephilia informed us Sir Emmerich's request. You would have completed your investigation of the Keeper Lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. This is where I get to tell him that I no longer have connection to Hydaelyn. Do you conversed with Midgardsormr? I swear if anyone else were to make such a claim, I would regard it as considerable skepticism. And we are to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish, but is lain in dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection and more of a rejuvenation, for he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing in as moments. Although his words were ambiguous at times, one statement left the room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Iceheart shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent. We must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, dare not divulge your conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you heard the voice of Dravinian is grave, but the necessary risk. But at least we forget the men who've been executed for heretics for declaring as such. For your own protection, and for your sake, our tenuous relations with these guardians, the truth cannot leave this room. I agree. I don't even think they fully understand that I no longer have a connection to Hydaelyn. As for now, we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich Emissary, and if you leave that to me, please remain here for now. Like, chat, how the hell do I navigate this? This is insane. Is there something that you're not telling? Okay, Mephilia saw right through me. You seem different somehow. It's almost as if you're missing something important. 12 for Find. Midgardsormr stripped you the blessing and light. Are you alright? How do you feel? Hey, Danica. We became well because sometimes you're looking well. I see. It's a relief to hear that you're otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of their blessing. Oh, you want me to... So many people try to stress me today. Ugh. Couldn't you just not establish your blessing of light by going to a tanning salon? That's what it comes down to. You just gotta go to a sweet tanning salon and be like, look at here. I just need to get the right look here going. Don't worry about that. How goes post-ARR going? We're making strides. We're making strides. We have a considerable amount of. I think we got like at least 13 quests done so far. We had like 33 before we get into Heavensward. We have whittled that down by 13. So I guess at this point we got like 20 quests to go. So not doing too bad. Not doing too bad. You guys already mentioned the Covenant, did you not? Thank you very much, thank you very much. Have you done the detective quest? It's technically a side quest, but they're still required to do by the fans. Oh, you know, don't worry, Geeky, we done ARR's Hildebrand quest. We done that late last week, early this week, and they were fantastic. Like 10 out of 10. Had a blast doing them. One of the ancient myths regarding the Silver Tear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did the Great Worm. Alphic and Nuera, wherever time and sister fate, decreed the Midgard Storm will ever watch over the source from which the all water and magic was said to flow. I wonder if that's the covenant which it was spoken. It was not to the gods, but it was treated but Heidelin herself. Well, if you're watching over us as she claimed, mayhap you will have an opportunity to ask. Let us not keep the matter. Let us keep this matter to ourselves. We don't wish to burden our friends needlessly. Yeah, Hildebrand detective quests. Art thou pawn or master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal? So he's just gonna appear and disappear at will. That's disconcerting. You've never heard of Hildebrand? You've never done the Hildy quests. Yeah, you don't meet him until you finish ARR, but like Hildy is fucking incredible. So fucking funny.
I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Wormlord and lived to tell the tale.
Oh, I learned to dance, don't you worry.
I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness.
Oh yeah, I can show you the dance.
Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises. I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Yeah, if you get an opportunity to, Danica, you have to check out the Hildebrand quests. They at least the Realm Reborn ones start in Ul'dah. And they're incredible. They're incredible.
And this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
They was just started a game in December, and I've been playing mostly on my own without spoilers, so I've been sticking to MSQ and raids. Ooh, okay. Well, you can go back and do them. Like they're a long quest line because like there's a set of Hildebrand quests for most of the expansions. So like an ARR one, a Heavensward one, and etc. And they're like they're like comedy. It's a comedy quest line, but they're fantastic. Let's see. I'll show you the first, like, here's the main emote I got from it. And then the dance. Hildebrand quests are required for the Endwalker version of the relic weapons? That's insane. These guardians have warred with the Dravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years, and all the time we not once have had enemies breach the defences of the edge of the city proper. In regards to how strong these magical wards may be, nevertheless, the fear of these guardians had underestimated the gravity of the situation. Though I would not, it was not Midgardsormr who roared. The call to arms as one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as chosen to request aid, however, we can do naught but observe the situation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. I'll give you one better. What are relic weapons? Ere I forget, I believe the Moenbryda has requested a governess science as soon as being some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Asians. Pray inform that the business of the English Guardians concluded in the moment, but I shall be long once I've completed my communication with the Crystal Braves. Okie dokie. Oh, guess I'm going this way actually. All done with your talks with dragons? Wonderful, because the Asians are next on the menu. Let's head to the solar as we, shall we? Yeah, I guess. I finished MSQ and I still feel almost as lost as I did in ARR as a sprite. I think I'll go to bed. My eyes are closing. Not a problem. Actually, look after yourself and keep do right by yourself, dude. Have a good rest of your night, dude.
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Asian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Good to know. I thought those were the weapons you get from the raid unlocks, or the harder versions of them.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Asian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
PowerPoint time, it feels like it, right?
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Asian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Asian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White aurosite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm reliving the same scene over and over with you. How many times do you need to be told that white aurosite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
She's such a ditz.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Lamentsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
Finished relic weapons usually 5 eye levels higher than the savage weapons or augmented tombstone weapons. That's impressive, honestly. She's not so much a ditz, more she's not a mage, and her mage friend keeps explaining complex mage terms. Imagine if a nuclear engineer is giving you a high level explanation with about nuclear engineering. I get that, but she was told that the white that crystal can't hold aether for long periods of time, so you can't just store it in that there previously. And that's not a complex explanation. That's this doesn't store much for long periods of time. We can't use this as long-term storage. That in itself is not a complex thing. And to fucking constantly go, I've got an idea, and then re-say the thing again, it's like, okay, you're a bit of a ditz because you were told previously that can't be done in the most simplest of terms. And then you just immediately go, the next time it's brought up again, to say, what if we do this? It's like, that is kind of ditzy.
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's the very problem we set out to solve, and I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
Her very Final Fantasy 7 of them. I don't know. Sure, white crystals can't store much, but when they keep naming these crystals after colors, it can be hard to keep track of ones that are. Think about Xbox naming systems. I get that, but like, it's one of those ones where she's shown the crystal, told that crystal cannot store aetherite for long periods of time, and that when she suggested the plan herself to do that prior, and was told that can't be done, and she goes, oh, okay. And then literally when the crystal comes back up again, she goes, I've got a plan, and then immediately goes back into the plan she was told it wouldn't work the first time. Like, that's not a problem of naming conventions. That's a problem of you remembering your own plans and your own recollection of you telling people your plans that were identical.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
It's kind of like trying to pull from the grind itself is so Final Fantasy 7 coded.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say?
On the other side of the TBF thing, keep in mind many of the players skip most of the plot stuff, so very well have skipped her suggesting the plan before. But now imagine they're watching this scene and their players like, why can't we just do X? I would give you that. However, I would counter that point by saying, well, the fact that Papalymo calls out her inability to recall her own plans feels done in such a way to convey her level of ditziness. If it was done without that call out, I would agree with you in some extent, but the fact that Papalymo has a reactionary fucking statement to then reinforce a concept that she's a bit of a fucking ditz makes it me more inclined to believe, no, they just want you to believe this character is a bit of a fucking ditz.
If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
So it's good to have her be like, here, this idea, the player might think it's good. Okay. Oh no, we need Papalymo to say something so the players did pay attention to the scenes, aren't feeling like they're just saying things over and over again, so it sticks with the players. I think you're being very charitable in the sense that, like, if you think players are suddenly skipping cutscenes left, right, and center, and then suddenly deciding to watch one cutscene is a bit unlikely. If players are likely to skip most things of the plot, it feels unlikely that they would stop skipping things in the plot all of a sudden just at the right time to suddenly have a plot point through at them. I skip cutscenes that feel boring, and that's fair, but I would say that you can't necessarily always suggest that your experiences are the number one experience or the most common experience. Ditz with a plot purpose is still a ditz, so it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, it's still ditz. And it's one of those things where, like, but if the scene feels interesting...
You have a father, but your father's dead.
That was so loud. And also, it's like one of those things where, like, it would feel weird to me if the common consensus of the player base would be as such to skip cutscenes for the majority of times and then not skip them, and to, like, because, like, the reason why I don't like that theory, or I don't agree with that theory, is that, like, that's to then insinuate that you know when players are going to skip and when they're not going to skip, and I feel like you just can't predict that. And so I feel like that being the logic there feels wishful rather than something that could be determined.
If you think it worth your while, you have my blessing.
Because I don't think Square Enix are designing their cutscenes in such a way that they want you to skip ones and watch the others. I think they want you to watch them all. Start stream all over again. I missed it. I would roar, but I can't because I don't have the additional near 7 hours to redo over again.
But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out. Even the players aren't skipping. Sometimes people play at more leisurely pace than what you're doing.
it's still good to have reminders. She is serving to recap the role of these cutscenes. I mean, it depends. Like, I feel like that reminder is not far removed from the last time it was said. I would argue 5-6 quests back. Like, personally, I feel like if they were going to be doing it for a reminder, it would have been a substantial amount of quests more separated, where that wasn't that long ago. And I get that people don't play necessarily at the same paces and stuff, but that still isn't far removed from when the initial explanation was given. And I would get it if the distance between those quests was grander. Keep in mind, RR was written, took longer. And I get that, but there's still not a lot of quests separating those two explanations, is the thing. I feel like that's not. I feel like that's just odd. That you would need to remind someone like 7 quests back.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Okay.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
Alphinaud standing there outside the door, ready to barge in at an ideal moment.
During Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength.
Part of me feels like a lot of times, like when you're saying hard Alphinaud, hard conversation if you're eavesdropping, I feel like he's the type of guy who would bug the whole of the fucking area just to keep abreast of everything.
Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild, and to this end they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant. Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault.
A little bit.
I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
I mean, given that, like, you know, both Batman and Alphinaud are suggested, well, I don't know if full background source is suggested for Alphinaud, but to have come from a very privileged background, a very privileged family, who is trying to then save the world and act as an arbiter to save that world, I could see there's some parallels you could definitely you know, connect the two with there in that regard.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals. Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect, so the Garleans have to go. Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arceans will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a crystal brave, you are yet a scion, Alphinaud. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Ingrid and Popolino shall accompany you.
Are you trying to bribe us? Consider us bribed.
Ida and Yashtola. In the meantime, I would have you assist Moenbryda. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Garlean threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white Eorzea.
Thank you, Eorzea. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go well, and be safe.
Right, so I have to go to Fanalan? Oh, I have to speak to Alphinaud. Okay. What, is Alphinaud in Fanalan? Oh, no, he's outside. Roaille, where did he come? Where did he come into things? He wasn't part of the welcome party when you joined the Silence. He shows up like not long after, but he's someone that can't. I want to say he shows up a little after Ifrit, if I remember correctly. I think he shows up once Fankrit starts being MIA for a while, because, you know, an Asian has hold of him. It would seem that the events that come will conspire to rob us of the rest of the recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask that you head straight away to the processing plant. The Fourth have already deployed the area and await the arrival of the Scions. Wildred will brief you on the developing situation. Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert in our headquarters in Ul'dah, and I shall take command of our forces with a lighter heart, knowing that you do go to support the front lines. He was there from the start because Mephilia glared at him for a fancy speech when introduced. Oh, did he? Your duties take you to North Valen, do they not? Okay, why is these three people? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Flamin travels to Ul'dah, and we must serve as their escort. At my daughter's behest, I will go contact the certain old acquaintances in the Gilded City. We are beset at all sides by civil unrest, and imperial machinations threaten the primals, the troubled by dragons. We need all the allies we can muster, and many of our friends hold positions of power, which used to my hope that can be then convinced to aid the Scion's cause. If past events have taught us anything, it's that we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. Ah, how extraordinary my little Asilia is involved in such a far-reaching affairs. I'm proud that I might now stand by her side only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections, but I fear that Ul'dah has become a place of danger even for the one familiar with her streets. Woe betide the blackguard that so much as glares at your direction, my lady. Why is it every time he says something, he gives it a right fucking double wank? It's like, anyone want to go for a couple of pints? I'm hungry. I could have some chicken tonight. It's like, my guy, calm the fuck down. You don't need to constantly be whacking off two dudes at once. I shall be well protected, it seems. Any guys that come at you, he'll fucking jack them off. Shall we be on our way then? I think Ishtola was the one that introduced to. Was it? It's been so fucking long. Guess I'm going to Cerulean Processing Plant. Haven't been here in a while. $40 on the board. Very nice. Very nice. Making great strides there. Commander Levillier sent word that you be coming. A veteran and talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I've learned a trick or two since our disaster at Eorzea. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported the Imperial soldiers assembling in a balanced push. Such a force is likely to be interested in only one thing: getting their hands on the resources found here at the processing plant. The Garleans could be marching on us at any time. Pray speak with the Lieutenant Eldenstein and we might coordinate with a counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others that you have arrived. No doubt there'll be welcome tidings. Sergeant Lucas, my soldiers tell me tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would be to sit a while and reminisce about old times, but if there are more pressing matters require attention, the civilization Drossman you see have come across several high suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I had my sappers take a closer look, and the worst fears have been confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices Imperial design no less. But my order the Flames station conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it troubles me that we're able to apprehend the Imperial spy behind it, I have the faith that the men will be able to neutralize the threat today. In the meantime, our scouts will be troubling news of the latest movements to the Imperial army, and once again we'd ask for your aid. Can do, my guy. We have keeping an eye close eye on the Garlean garrison, and we've seen the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to the reconnaissance reports, this came across the squads seen leaving the castle in few numbers and effective to hold our position. They'll likely mount a swift assault in the acquisition of resources. I have, of course, also shared a report to the Crystal Braves, where I decided to take upon the field of my assault head on. I have praised your fellow Scions the situation, and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alain and lend as much welcome strength for the counteroffensive. Just finished your 500th mentor roulette. Quarter of the way there. What is the mentor roulette, if you don't mind me asking? Glad to have you with us, Brovgar. As you see, Lieutenant Illenstein has explained, the Garleans have deployed a small force of Castrum and Iridium. Their main column assembles on north of Dalaman's Talon, and we've also spread several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. Oh, here's this dickhead I don't trust now. Just double check, he's totally introduced you to Eorzea and tells you to speak to him if you have any questions. Ooh. It's roulette with almost every piece of content on it. There's currently 290 duties in the roulette. That's insane. 290 duties. That's insane. That's insane. That is insane. They wish for you to rush forth and commit to the battle of the main column, leaving the task forces free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy in these desperate men. Captain Edward. Greetings, Scion. I understand the commander bid you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at our disposal with the 4th, we have a little trouble contending onto the Garleans might throw at them. But even I cannot be everywhere at once. The first is getting restless and up in Olda, and I march them out here to fillet holes to the plant's defences and add to the numbers of your counterattack. Reinforcements are welcome. We've enough soldiers now to divide our forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond our walls. Aye, it would be the best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take the fight to the Garleans. A wise course indeed. I shudder to think the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. I've got a feeling he's going to blow them up. I've got a feeling he's going to fuck them up because he's an asshole man. Basically everything except savageries or higher. The ARR normal raids, coils, and current expansion extreme trials are in it. I've yet to do coils. I have been told that I can... My brain went soggy there for a second. I have been told that coils are doable via unsynced at some point, so I might do them at some point soon. Unsynced when I get a chance to. There's no objections to science. She'll join the fourth and give battle into the main column. You're with the third, the Warrior Light. Your job is then to intercept these squads heading out of the west to prevent them from reaching the processing plant. When you're ready to proceed, report to Lieutenant Yuhaze. His scouts should have a rough idea where the Imperials will conceal themselves for now. I don't trust this at all. I don't trust this remotely. I feel like I'm being sent to my death, or attempted sent to my death. A pleasure to be fighting by your side once more, Scion. Operations invariably succeeded, or your round of victories won't pave the road for greater coin. Now the task forces are set to eliminate the smaller squads, better to conceal themselves within the terrain hereabouts. I imagine we'll need to split ourselves and we'll cover more ground to make sure that we root out all those would-be raiders. After seeing you're in the army yourself, I assigned you your own area to scour the clean enemy soldiers. This will be a simple search and destroy. I'll rendezvous back with the task. Happy hunting, Scion. They're always sending you to your death. They give you the suicide missions. Yeah, but with him involved, it feels like intended death. You know, like when someone's intending for you to not want to come back, like someone's aiming for you to die. You know, sending me out to take care of like grim shit is one thing, but he gives me the impression that he wants my death to be happening at the earliest convenience. Some of them are Savage Devil, but the story is good. Also, a lot of people do them unsynced for the story. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do them unsynced because apparently, I do want the story, which is the main reason why I want to do them. But I've been told that like most people don't run them unsynced, so it's gonna be impossible for me to get a group going unsynced. Because a friend of mine who plays said he tried to do them unsynced and he spent like ages trying to get a group but couldn't. It just dawned on me there. Great that they're having me kill this many people as well. You seem grim, Scion. I'll take it that you mean that between us, no more than a few Garleans will be making it back to the castrum. These Imperials, though they are certainly made us earn our pay, I would be a happy man if I never had to tussle with another one of those Magitech horrors. It is a time where the bid for our war-torn land farewell. I'll contact the fourth and let the Lieutenant Eileen know the west is now clear. I would appreciate if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. Yeah, because some of the stuff they needs, but a lot of people don't want to do it in a party finder, especially for old content. Yeah. Which is unfortunate, because I would like to experience it, like, in earnest, but I can't wait around 2 hours to try and get a fucking party. I need to be doing things, you know? Hey, Nick. Sergeant Lucas, what is the news of the Garleans? The raiding parties are no more? Then excellent. The Magina engineers will be most relieved that they hear that the plant is no longer in immediate danger. Thank you again for the assistance. An uninvited ASEAN? Okay. GTA pre-order on Wednesday. Nice. So you mentioned that the one guy in the set of missions seems sus. What about Fancred? Did you feel like a twist in the arm involving him as well telegraphed? Or are we like cool twist, or do you feel more like wait what? It felt more like wait what, and I think it's because I maybe didn't feel like I'd spent enough time doing things with Fancred that felt like I established his character enough. I think we just met. It felt like I met Fancred, and but as soon as I met him, he was gone. That's like the 4th time today on that one. Excited, going to pre-order it. Probably not. Fair enough. But yeah, like the Fangirl one, I don't know. It didn't feel as much as I could get like a good steer on it, because there was just I didn't feel like I had enough meaningful time with him before it happened, before he like made a leap of absence, you know? You must be anxious for a word for your fellows. Lieutenant Aline has reported sound victory over the main column and informs me that the Scions have already turned their attention to their duties. But one, this Rodigan lady said with the large axe, to it appears that she has chosen to remain inside of the battle. I know not which task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Noverfell has no place for a wanderer alone, even if for a capable sword such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in on her before you continue on your way. Yeah, can do, my guy. Fun fact, there's actually a visual tell specifically when Fancred gets possessed. I was told about that there, and I think I didn't realize it. Question, can you get a physical disc on a pre-order? I've never... Yeah, usually if you order from a shop that sells physical discs, Nick, that should be the case. As for GTA 6, with all the money grubbing they've done with the trying to get people to buy the shot cards, I'm not trusting them to make GTA 6 as good as we hope. I think they will make it as good as you hope. I just wouldn't be shocked that they don't maybe do a long-term business plan for single-player content and they go right into multiplayer content again. I think they'll still do it. It's just expect the same model in GTA 5 that you got from you'll get in GTA 6 from GTA 5.
Hold on, I won't be a second.
Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them this long to make it, and they wouldn't have pushed it back as long. Like, because the amount of times they pushed it back, I feel like there's definitely still going to be substantially good content in there from a single player standpoint. But like once that's done, don't expect more. You're gonna just be given so much more multiplayer content as time goes on. Don't you brick
The beast
me.
seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe. I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me, an axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one.
It's a cool axe.
And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill.
Did she say the taste of my ass? I mean...
I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons.
Give me
I
an
decided
opportunity,
to
I'll
come
tell
to
you.
Eorzea.
Break started the ad break.
Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
I like her delivery. I think her voice actor is good.
Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
Would have loved to buy Deltarune the same time as Chapter 5 though. I'm happy it's free, but I guess I ain't buying it. Oh, at break time. Normally I would hold back
He senses me. A useful talent.
I normally hold back going, well, I'll hold back now, going for any further in the story. Wait for the people to come out of the ad break. I'm going to get around to Deltarune when it's all done, when all 7 chapters are out. I'm just not making a point of indulging it until it's at a point. It seemed to be a short ad break. Or perhaps she's just got out early. It's an ad break. I assume the ads weren't that short, because they usually are 2.5 minutes. According to this here, it's still like in process for the next 40 seconds. Huh, weird. I'm gonna make a cup of tea real quick. Fair enough, Monk, fair enough. You get some tea into you. Back soon, yep. Get yourself a nice cuppa. Are we almost done here? And we're done. Welcome back, folks. Welcome back, welcome back.
Penassian, are they onto us?
Only thing ads I like are Twitch ads, YouTube ads are AI slop, TikTok ads are just annoying as Spotify ads just stop your music and glitches. It makes me mute. I don't use Spotify anymore. Mainly because I don't really like the way the company's in the direction the company's going. So I ended up canceling my subscription to Spotify. As for TikTok ads usually are just fucking like TikTok store stuff for me in my region. Whereas with Twitch ads and stuff, I don't really see them that much because I usually subscribe the people I watch on Twitch, and YouTube I have premium. So
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Garlean, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth.
Oh, his
Meddler.
voice is interesting.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales.
Nabriales, okay.
And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydaelyn has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee. Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff. With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
Staff?
What did that bastard want with us? Nabriales, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet. unconscious. But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff.
Remember, if you're a mage that uses staff, do not make the obvious joke that you have your staff in half. True.
Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff.
Oh, the one in the thing in the...
Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
But it's in pieces. I didn't think it would be even, like, coursing with any meaningful power. Oh, go away, you freaks. I wish to not have any XP from you, so I shall do a heroic runaway. A very heroic runaway. Trying to avoid gaining any XP as possible. You're here. Master Louis Soir's staff is kept in solar, isn't it? Quickly now. Oh, they've stolen the staff. Okay. Shit.
You two.
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
I'm gonna get 2 more hunts to the bar to do, and I'm still level 48, assuming that they they'll have me at 49. There's 1 more level I need to scrape together. Do you have any of your roulettes left for the day? You can always do roulettes. You can always do fates. Fates are decent as well. Welcome back, monk.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you. The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Hebrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on.
By the looks of things, yeah.
But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
That didn't work for you the first time. Why would you think it works a second?
Moenbryda!
I just met this lady and she's already been fucking killed.
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
Everyone with a big axe believes their axe will solve all the problems, even if it feels pretty... True.
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
Calling out every warrior player in existence. Yeah, in one fell swoop.
The power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals. Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Oh, don't say that, he will kill you.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
I got an NPC giving me such a side eye right now. Dare I ask what NPC?
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
Warrior NPC funny enough. What the fuck is the Crystallis? Whomstead is the Crystallis? Confronting Moenbryda, the Crystallis. Crystallis is a... That gives me no information. Is it a trial? It is not. I'm sorry, what the fuck is the Crystallis? Duty fighter's been updated with a new regular duty. Am I like really dumb? Why am I not seeing this? It's a trial? Right, so it's just... Chat, I think I want to end it there tonight. It's 3 o'clock in the morning and I was meant to end an hour ago. So I'm gonna go back to Limsa. I'm just gonna let that be its own thing for a while. Where's my... I'm gonna go back to my room. So, not sending Monk to clear the boss then. It's an 8-man. It's an 8-man trial. So, I couldn't if I wanted to. I would have to do it as a formal trial. And it's gotten so late that even if it was a dungeon, I still would say no because it's so late. Like, I wanted to try and... I've hit the wrong button. I wanted to try and get as far along as we could today. And we did get substantially far along. But it is one of those ones where I am running... It's running late at night. And I need to consider the fact that I have, like, stuff to do as a carer tomorrow and whatnot. So I'm going to wrap it up there for tonight. Again, I do want to thank folks for coming in and hanging out with us, because obviously we had a blast. I do also want to thank all the lovely folks who, you know, helped with raising a bunch more money today, with just the amazing amount of support and help that we've got. We're already broken last year's record for the amount earned, which is an amazing result that only could have been achieved by wonderful folks like yourselves. I will be back tomorrow, but tomorrow we're going to be playing through Left 4 Dead 2 with Shan and me and Morn. And then for Final Fantasy stuff, we will be resuming Final Fantasy stuff on Sunday. So we'll be picking up that where we left off from there then. But anyway, chat, I am going to have to love yous. I'm going to have to leave yous. But if I am very lucky, I'm heading up for the night then. Thanks for letting me join a few runs. It was an absolute pleasure to have you on a few runs, and hopefully more in the future as well, should you desire. But anyway, I'm going to love yous, going to leave yous. If I'm lucky though, hey, I'll get to see you tomorrow for Left 4 Dead. Have a great rest of your night, folks. Speak to you soon.